we will be glad to start with a colleague from Seychelles. Please, sir, if you're online, you could kindly share your slide and then let's start the discussion. Okay, shortly, before that, we will start with Dr. Farzana, who will give us background to today's discussion. Then after Doc, we move to colleagues from Seychelles. All panelists have 12 minutes to make their presentation, and I will moderate. Thank you so much.
So colleagues, good morning again. I hope you all had a restful evening and good night's sleep. Before I start the presentation, just a very quick logistics announcement. I think the French interpretation, if you can move to channel 3, you can hear it. It's not channel 1 now. Can you please confirm whether you can get French translation interpretation? 3. Yeah, can you hear it? Yes, English and French, yes. At the same time? Yes. But I'm speaking in English. So let's start. Yeah, I think, maybe it's just the morning hiccups. It will be fixed in 1-2 minutes. Yeah, so thank you so much and welcome again. I will be very brief, moderator. I will not take 12 minutes of your precious time. I just wanted to start the day with recapitulation of the excellent discussion that we had yesterday, to kind of remind what we have and to have a good start setting the scene, kind of a situation for today's discussion. So as you can recall, the key highlights from yesterday was really the global situation in terms of gaps of SDGs attainment and financing gap. Sorry, sir, can you hear in French? French is okay?
We understand English and French. The two channels are mixed.
Okay, I am requesting, yeah, the colleagues from ITSS is here, so. It is like, mixed, so they can hear both interpretation at the same time. So it should be like, when I'm speaking in English, only French interpretation will be coming, right? Okay, let them give some seconds, and without waiting, let's just go ahead. So as I mentioned, the key highlights from yesterday was really the context of the global situation, the gaps in terms of the progress towards attaining SDGs. In many cases, it has slowed down, and in some areas and countries, it has even reversed. So we were halfway between 2015 SDG adoption and the SDG target of 2030 last year. But we can even see some cases where the progress has not only slowed down, but reversed. We also appreciated and noticed the huge financing gap, and we came to know that from one of the ECA report that the financing gap for SDGs in Africa is estimated at USD 1.3 trillion per year. Where the need is so substantial, what are the available resources? So if we factor in the available resources, the multilateral development bank disbursements of only 200 billion annually, and considering that the global financial architecture is grossly inadequate and biased towards Africa, it is quite obvious to see that the funding or the financing need is inadequate. It is restricted and not enough for addressing the huge disparity and confront the complex and substantial developmental challenges that the continent is facing. And to make things even more complex, we also appreciated that the financing gap is actually further heightened by high and unsustainable public debt. So there is this exponential risk from climate change in this continent, though the continent is contributing the least to the climate change factors. We are needing a substantial funding to action on climate change related mitigation measures. And a rising number of African countries with already very high debt levels are also facing growing climate vulnerabilities. So it is creating a vicious cycle of dependence and vicious cycle of public debt distress. So we also appreciated and learned from the presenters, from opening speech throughout the days, from even our partners about the debt distress, the debt vulnerabilities that the continent is facing. The right-hand side is the famous, slide that the partner shared last evening, and I thought it was very informative and visually appealing to just see the over time changes. So average public debt relative to GDP in Africa already exceeded 60% of GDP. And as of November 2023, 8 African countries were in debt distress and 13 were at a high risk of debt distress. And Africa's debt has increased by 183% since 2010. If you look at the right-hand side of the screen, you can see like over 2014 and 2024, over this just 10 years time, how much the debt distress has increased, while the red showing the level of debt distress. So it's already showing very clearly that many countries are suffering from exceedingly high level of public debt. And it's not only the macroeconomic instability, this is also showing a trade-off, a very hard trade-off. The rising debt service is diverting resources from investment and required expenditures in critical sectors like health, education, energy transition, infrastructure, and so on. And this diversion is creating a developmental distress. We know domestic resource mobilization has huge potential, but we have low contribution and potential in Africa for some systemic constraints. We have heard from the presenters and the partners yesterday that there are some systemic constraints like weak tax administration, high tax exemptions, illicit financial flows, large informal sector, huge tax avoidance and tax evasion practices, and very narrow tax base. The average tax to GDP ratio is very low, and it is remaining below its 2019 rate of only 15.8%, which we came to know from one of the recent ECA report, Economic Report on Africa. And there is a huge area which is completely or almost completely untapped, but these are emerging, like environmental taxes, which has a huge potential. There is a huge rising digital economy, which is more or less untapped or completely untapped in some cases. We have very shallow domestic capital markets, and it is limiting the extent to which countries can mobilize domestic and international capital. We have ineffective and very unfair international taxation system where taxes from multinational enterprises their profits are not taxed by the African countries because of the bias. So, bringing all this context into one platform, we appreciate the importance of domestic resources as the most reliable and tailor-made sources of resources to country priorities. We also learned from the presenters about the importance of linking national plans and priorities with available resources from the wide range of resources, public, private, domestic, international. And we also learned the importance of integrated national financing frameworks tool to have that interlinkages between national plans vis-a-vis available resources under the budgetary framework. So within that context, to tap the fullest potential of public finance, some holistic reform is needed. So it will be critical for us to know from our onward presenters, what are the current issues and opportunities of the country? How has the INFF approach can benefit the country? How has the partners supported this journey? And moving forward, what the country is planning for INFF implementation. With that, I'm just setting the scene and I'm handing over to the moderator. Thank you so much for your attention.
Thank you, Dr. Farzana. Thank you very much. We appreciate the recap from how you would cast your mind back to discussion that we had yesterday around the gaps, the need to plug the gaps, the necessary action that needed to be taken to plug those gaps in terms of funding SDGs. Having said that, we move quickly to colleagues from Seychelles. Mr. Jobat. Mr. Jobat is senior economist in Ministry of Finance, National Planning and Trade in Seychelles. Please, if you're online, like we know you are, kindly share your slide and then go ahead with your presentation. Thank you so much. Yeah.
Very good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It's a pleasure to be with you. Apologies, I was not able to be there in person, but it's also quite nice to also present to you virtually. Just making sure if everyone can see the presentation well.
Yes, please go ahead. We can see your slides. Yes.
All right, thank you. So just an overview in terms of the economic landscape of where we are right now and where we intend to go. So in 2022, the estimated GDP per capita growth was at 8.9% as the economy rebounded from COVID. And for 2023 and 2024, we are expecting 3.8% growth and 4% respectively. Early this year in March, Fitch Ratings revised Seychelles to a BB- with positive and stable outlook. And in terms of government financing, the Ministry of Finance is responsible for the annual government budget and for the more general fiscal framework. This, of course, involves the yearly budgets of the ministries, departments, and agencies, collecting of revenue through taxes and fees and licenses, expenditure on recurrent and capital projects, of course. And then naturally, there's the issue of managing development finance and ODA from international institutions. In terms of our strategic direction as a country, the National Development Strategy was recently launched with 6 priority areas. And this new NDS covers 2024 to 2028. And the priority areas are modern public service, transformative economic agenda, a healthy nation, promotion of law and order, modern education system that is aligned with the country's needs, and of course, very importantly, environmental sustainability and resilience. The NDS is well aligned to the 2030 agenda and the corresponding 17 SDGs. For example, the priority area of a modern public service is well aligned to goals 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 9, 11, 16, and 17. And the mapping presented here also presents how the other priority areas are also well aligned with other goals within the 2030 and SDG agenda framework. All of this bearing in mind that a lot of the goals and the priority areas are very interactive with each other and very cross-cutting. In terms of where we are with regards to the INFF, important to know that Seychelles is still very much in the early stages of our INFF process. Our expectations and what we are working towards is that the INFF will allow us to mobilize our public financing and consolidate the different sources of both inflows and outflows of revenue and expenditure. Very importantly as well, we expect the INFF to assist us with the costing of the very important strategic interventions within our National Development Strategy 2024 to 2028. And this, of course, taking a very holistic approach, which will allow us to further our development agenda. Next, we are looking at the mainstreaming of SDGs into our policies, including our national development strategy. And this is where we are working so that the INFF can help us bring costed implementation, I should say, and help us to benefit from the synergies as well. In terms of internet finance, we are trying very much already, but we believe the INFF will allow us to ensure that public and private finance, both locally and internationally, the INFF will allow us to put these funding into the local context. So if we look at challenges quickly, Seychelles, as I'm sure we all know, it's a small island developing state, or a large ocean state, depending on how we view the situation. Climate change, especially in more recent years, has been a very real and existential threat. And this comes in the forms of heavy rainfall, flooding, landslides. And as recently as this year and last year, the islands have experienced some relatively heavy rainfall, which has led to flooding and landslides and rock slides, impacting the livelihoods, let alone the safety of our citizens. And of course, being a small island state, the human resource constraint is ever present. We have a small population, so we are trying the best we can with the limited resources we have in terms of human resources, experts and so on. And our economy is very much tourism-based, which is it's a very volatile sector. And this is a lesson that we learned very well during the COVID-19 pandemic, whereby the country's earnings were severely impacted by lockdowns and the other health measures. And now also, for the past few years, Seychelles has also been deemed a high-income country. Although despite our vulnerability, the financial and economic metrics places us as high income. And this, of course, places challenges on raising finance for sustainable development. We are also very vulnerable to external shocks, as I mentioned the pandemic earlier, but we are also very vulnerable to economic instability in the source markets for our tourism sector, and also on the source markets of where are the importations that we use. Not to mention, of course, the risk of terrorism and conflict. Just to give an example, during the wake of the conflict in Europe, Russia, Ukraine, this obviously affected global markets. And this definitely was translated into prices here. So again, we may be far from these very large, very sophisticated markets, but we are very much face the consequences of instability in these markets. In terms of the opportunities, the good news is that we are comforted by the greater awareness and enthusiasm by the global community as a whole with regards to climate change, mitigation and adaptation, and of course the funding which this is accompanied, and funding for development, sustainable development. And through our NDS and through government policies and through the different relations that our country has, we are energized by the potential for economic transformation and diversification in our tourism sector, agriculture and financial services. And of course, one of the very important sectors here is blue economy in Seychelles, which basically involves all sectors related to the ocean and how this resource can be, I'm very wary to use the word exploited, but I would say developed rather in a sustainable manner, especially in terms of value addition. And of course, the opportunity, I think this is more of a global one, the digital innovation and technology that can be used across all sectors for greater innovation. Now, with regards to domestic resource mobilization and the INFFF, as of 2023, we estimate that the tax revenue covers around 30% of GDP, which is already relatively high. So we have to look to other areas for raising the domestic resources. And one such area is the public-private partnerships, the PPPs. There is already ongoing work to review this framework and the proposed legislation. Some work on this had already been done, but there had been some delays. And we are, of course, looking to secondary markets to raise money. Also, in terms of on the taxation side, despite having a high tax to GDP, it is also helpful that the government and other partners continue to engage in awareness and sensitization to encourage further compliance to taxes here. The government also has several state-owned enterprises or public enterprises, and one of the strategies has been to increase their efficiency and allow them to make more earnings so that the government can earn through dividends and through other means as well. And also, there has also been the discussion to use more digital tools to strengthen revenue collection and management. And then, of course, innovative financing mechanisms, blue and green bond, and so on, which I will touch on later on in the presentation. So far, the INFF process has been very, very good. And I, at this point, would very much like to thank the UN family of agencies, which has really been helping. More specifically, the UNDP helped us with the DFA, the development finance assessment, and we have benefited and we continue to benefit from capacity building from UNITAR and UNDESA. And when it came to aligning the support that we received to our country's needs, the UN RCO for Seychelles and UNDESA have been very, very helpful. So at this point, I just really want to thank the UN agencies, those that are mentioned here and those that are not, and everyone within the UN family that has really come to assist us in this endeavor. So in terms of next steps, the Ministry of Finance, National Planning and Trade continues to collaborate with UNDESA and other UN agencies, but more specifically with DESA to onboard our INFF advisor. We continue to build capacity with sessions with the local technicians and the UN so that this knowledge is integrated at local level. And of course, we continue to have close collaboration with our technical teams in-house with the INFF advisor once we start working with the advisor to ensure the knowledge transfer. So I will just go quickly over two case studies of innovative finance. The debt for nature swap. This was implemented in the year 2015, and the key stakeholders were the government itself, the Nature Conservancy, and the SECAT, which is a trust here in Seychelles, which administers such incentives. The creditors were from the Paris Club that included Belgium, France, the UK, and Italy. And we have 21.6 million US that was converted and bought by the TNC and converted into a loan. So the mechanism works so that the government has to spend what would have been the repayments on conservation for the next 20 years. And one of the immediate outcomes so far, the establishment of marine protected areas, improved management of fisheries, enhance resilience to climate change. Last but not least, the Blue Bond. This was issued in October of 2018 through private placement. We had 3 impact investors from the US, and this project was valued at $15 million. The project itself will entail equal repayments between the years 2026 to 2028 at a 6.5% coupon with 10 years of maturity. This also came with IBRD, that is the International Bank for Reconstruction, which is part of the World Bank, a partial guarantee of USD 5 million. Funds are available annually as Blue Grants, which is administered by SECAT. And also loans are provided by the Development Bank of Seychelles at a 4% interest rate. So in the interest of time, I will stop here and I head back to the chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Juba. Can we give him a round of applause, please? Thank you very much for that very insightful presentations. We've seen that you highlighted the challenges your country is facing and the innovative approaches you have also adopted to address them. In particular, we note that your country is requesting that the INFF framework should help you, one, consolidate the various funding channels, in particular, also help you to cost some strategic interventions that may be needed in respect of your national development strategies, among others. We note your constraint as well, the human resource constraint, which is shared by many countries in this engagement, among others. Having said that, we thank you for sharing your experience with colleagues, and we quickly move to the next panelist, who may seem to have some answers to some of the questions that your presentation posed. So, Mr. Batlomi, you could quickly come up, and in particular, I note that your presentation is focused on trying to address how to align development financing with national development priorities. We hope that in your presentation, we find some answers to challenges that colleagues from Seychelles have raised. Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you. I'm trying to share my screen. Can we? No, this is not mine. The other one has to be done.
Can Julius please stop sharing? Julius, can you please stop sharing?
Okay, thank you so much. So thank you all for the opportunity to share with you some of our work on the INFF. So just a brief background. First, my name is Bartholomew Ama. I'm the Chief of the Development Planning section here at UNECA. And we have been working with countries to help them design, implement, and track their national development plans. We, in 2017, embarked on a project of designing a digital tool to facilitate the planning process. And it was initially inspired by the observation that, you know, every 10 or 15 years, we have a new development agenda, and we ask countries to align them to their national development plan. So can you imagine the number of agendas that we've asked countries to align to their plans? We have the Agenda 2063, we have Agenda 2030. For LDCs, we have the Doha Program of Action. For LLDCs, we have the Vienna Program of Action. We have the Samoa Pathway. So the plethora of development initiatives can be quite overwhelming. So we thought perhaps, you know, maybe the use of digital technology could help countries do this. So that was the initial inspiration. So we developed this tool called the Integrated Planning and Reporting Tool, which initially focused on the Agenda 2063 and Agenda 2030, and currently the Doha Program of Action. So what it does is it applies digital technology to help countries align their plans to the two agendas, currently 3. And it starts by really having countries transform their manual plans into a digital format. So that was the genesis. Then moving forward, we also realize that for countries to implement their plans, they need to fund their plans. So how do we transparently ensure that countries are funding their plans through their financing frameworks? So we then introduced a module that allows countries to align their budgets to the National Development Plan in a transparent way. So let me start by using some sample data we have for Ethiopia and what we've done in this respect. So what you see here on the dashboard is the alignment of Ethiopia's plan to the national, to the SDGs and Agenda 2063. And you see some numbers there. The 78% represents the aggregate alignment at the time we did this. This data is a little bit for the previous plan. So we have some estimates of the alignment, which is about 78% at aggregate level. But we observe that the alignment also is not the same when you break it down by goal, target, and indicator level alignment. So at the goal level, it's 98%, at the target level, it's 76%, and at the indicator level, it's 43%. But you also see that when we do the alignment for Agenda 2063, the numbers are a little lower. And these are the things we have observed, that alignment tends to be lower for the Agenda 2063 than the 2030, and also that alignment is not the same at the goal, target, and indicator level. It tends to be lower at the indicator level. Now, this is just the beginning of the story. So to do this alignment, we had to create a digital format of the results framework. So basically what you're observing here is Ethiopia's plan in a digital format at 3 levels. On the left, we have the goals of the plan. In the middle, we have the targets, and then we have the indicators. So with this information in the system, we can then begin to answer the question about its links to the budget, right? So what you have here on the screen is a financing dashboard. Now, the link between the budget and the development plan is through the programs that are funded by the budget. So what you're observing here is the programs, the financial programs of Ethiopia. There are 7 of them and 29 sub-programs. And then on the right side are the finances of Ethiopia, budget expenditures and revenues. So you see this information in a digital format. We can also then look at the funding type. How much of this money is coming from the public sector? How much of it is coming from the private sector? How much of it is domestic? How much of it is external? We also break down this information by capital and recurrent expenditure. So to recap, what we started by digitizing the plan, aligning the plan to the SDGs, and then introducing the budget. So the budget information is provided here. And it's entered into the system through this mechanism where let me move this thing out. So this information is entered into the system, and we identify the budget information in terms of the financing term, the area where the budget is going, what program is being funded, and this then gives us the information about the budget of Ethiopia. Now, what is interesting is the following. Is that once we do this, once we enter the budget information and the plan information into the system, we then align the budget to the SDGs. So on the left side, we have the SDGs. In the middle are the goals of the SDGs. And then in the middle perimeter are the indicators of the SDGs. And then on the outer perimeter are the programs that are being funded through the budget. So wherever we have a program connect with the target of the SDGs, we then see the extent to which the SDGs are aligned, SDG targets are aligned to the budget. Then on the right side, in the inner perimeter are the programs that are funded by the budget. And then on the outer perimeter, we have the targets of the National Development Plan. So here, for example, one of the targets of the National Development Plan is to increase access to ICT infrastructure. And then the corresponding sub-program from the budget that is funded, that were aligned, is management support. Now, of course, depending on how detailed the budget information is given, the alignment can either be much more precise or not. The more vague the budget programs are defined, the more difficult it is to get more precision on the alignment. So the important point here is that the fewer national development targets that are aligned, that are intersect with the programs of the budget, the lower the level of alignment. But I think the most important point to mention here is that the strength of the linkage between the budget and the National Development Plan depends on the way the programs of the budget are defined. Here we see programs that are defined quite differently from the National Development Plan. So for example, if I go back to the National Development Plan, these are the programs of the National Development Plan. They are defined in terms of manufacturing, agriculture, macroeconomy, health, and so on and so forth. These are the priority areas of the plan. But when we go to the budget programs that are being funded, we have program definitions that are not very close to the definitions in the National Development Plan. So the takeaway here is that for a closer linkage to happen between the budget and the National Development Plan, the programs that are funded by the budget must be similarly defined as the programs that are identified in the National Development Plan. Another area, a piece of information that this tool provides is that it gives you a one-glance look at how your resources are being used. So if we look at private domestic funding, it tells you that there's an over expenditure. So they end about over 2,000%. So this gives you an indication that in terms of that level of category of expenditure, there's a deficit. And you can see that information for public domestic expenditures, public external expenditures, and public private expenditures. So to summarize, the tool provides a linkage between activities that are being done in the realm of planning and activities that are being done in the realm of financing. So it integrates the financing work with the planning work, and then helps to ensure that we have an integrated approach to development. And by providing a financing dashboard that transparently links the finances to the development plan, individuals or policymakers can track the extent to which they are putting their resources towards their development priorities. We have so far worked with about 32 countries. We're working with a few more going forward. Recent countries include Malawi, Zambia, Ghana. And we hope that by furthering this approach, we will have tried to ensure greater coordination among the ministries that are involved in the development process, i.e. the financing particularly, and those responsible for planning. So in the interest of time, I'll stop here take questions as they come forward.
Thank you, Mr. Alan. Thank you so much. We appreciate that. The highlight of his presentation is one, you need to harmonize your national development plans. And secondly, you need also to harmonize and synchronize your budgeting and financing with your planning, as it were. Thank you so much for bringing that insight to participants. And on that note, I want to quickly call participants. If you have questions, just note your questions down. After the presentation, we have segment where we receive your questions and get the panelists to respond to them accordingly. We have Dr. Laila Latif online. You're welcome, Doc, to make your presentations. Her presentation is going to be focused on how to align tax policies with development, how to align tax policies with INFF, and of course in realization of SDGs. So Doc, please come online and make your presentation. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I hope I'm loud and clear and my presentation is visible as well. So good morning, distinguished guests, my esteemed panelists, ladies and gentlemen. I am very delighted to speak with you today on this critical topic of linking tax policy to the achievement of the Sustainable Development Goals. So what I will be discussing with you today is the sort of support we at the UNDP are actually providing to our partner countries on this. So just to start off, for far too long, there has always been this disconnect between the design of tax policies and their potential impact on achieving the SDGs. We've seen government departments that are responsible for fiscal and tax policy implementation often failed to recognize this crucial link, viewing tax revenue merely as a means to finance development initiatives rather than as a strategic tool to directly drive progress towards the SDGs. So to address this knowledge gap, the UNDP's Tax for SDGs initiative undertook this conceptual journey to establish and reinforce the tax to SDGs nexus. We recognize the need to train key stakeholders, tax administration, policymakers, parliamentarians, as well as academics on how their decisions and actions in the tax domain could either advance or even hinder progress on the SDGs. So moving on to the implementation stage, what we did is that we designed tailored courses targeting each of these critical cohorts. So tax administrators learned how their revenue mobilization efforts could support or undermine the SDGs. Policymakers, gained insights into the impact of their tax decisions on creating an enabling environment for sustainable development. And academics were equipped to provide evidence-based, context-specific research to guide tax policies aligned with the SDGs. So what you're seeing displayed on the screen is basically the content of the courses. So we've got the fundamental module, which is simply to get that good foundational grounding on why is it important to link tax policy with SDGs and how do we actually get to do that. After the fundamental module, we then move to the advanced level modules, which are specifically targeted for the different cohorts that you are seeing. And at this advanced level, we really work with the tax administration, with policymakers, and even with academics to actually get into the nitty-gritties about how do we actually get to implement tax policies that are harmonized across the board, taking a whole of government approach to the achievement and helping support the financing of SDGs. So we tackle a lot of issues that are not only national challenges with respect to the limitations around revenue mobilization from the national perspective, but also looking at how the international arena, how international taxation, as well as the trade and investments that are taking place globally impact the fiscal space of countries and what can be done to, mobilize more revenue out of that. So to date, these transformative courses, we have delivered them in 10 countries. trying to catalyze tangible actions towards harmonizing tax policies with the SDGs. So in Ghana, for instance, the Revenue Administration picked up on the importance of the property and land tax regime, following the courses that we were telling them about in terms of what you need to do to enhance revenue mobilization within the context of Ghana. So they identified property and land tax regime, and they wanted to talk about how do we get to streamline the fragmented approach that the country currently has. And in coming up with a better approach, they were thinking about using this tax regime to mobilize additional domestic resources and align it to the education sector, which would then directly contribute to SDG 4. And then Bhutan's parliamentarians, after the course as well, they are now beginning to revisit their Income Tax Act, which was last updated in 2001. And they're now trying to align the Income Tax Act with the principles that we discussed during the course. And simultaneously, the Department of Customs and Revenue of Bhutan is now collaborating with us on how to develop a strategy for taxing the digital economy as a way to unlock new revenue streams, which is going to go really forward in trying to help the country meet its INFF objectives as well. And then in Eswatini, our engagement has sparked a focus on transfer pricing as a critical lever for maximizing revenue mobilization from cross-border transactions. And this is an effort to now bolster the country's efforts to achieve SDGs. And they're beginning to now really delve into the regime of transfer pricing. And they've also requested our help to train their revenue appeals tribunal in Eswatini to get the lawmakers to understand transfer pricing as a way to now, block off illicit financial flows and various aggressive tax planning schemes that are eroding the tax base of the country. So the courses are helping them understand that, there are other factors beyond just revenue mobilization that actually impacts revenue, which need to be addressed. And then going forward, in Egypt, we are beginning to support the government in developing a national tax policy that is firmly anchored in principles that will contribute towards the achievement of the SDGs, ensuring that every tax measure that they're thinking about contributes to the country's SDG priorities. And similarly, in Somalia, our current engagement focuses on reviewing their Income Tax Act, identifying opportunities to leverage the tax law as a catalyst for progress across multiple SDGs. So we are doing this by assessing the tax measures that are proposed in the Somali Income Tax Act and the extent to which these tax measures are actually aligned in terms of supporting inclusive and sustainable development going forward. And I'm about to conclude now. So currently, we are now at discussion stage with the West African Tax Administration Forum to start engaging parliamentarians at the regional level to enhance their technical expertise on taxation and its link to the SDGs. Now, we're doing so in recognition that parliamentarians are the key drivers of the necessary legislative changes that are needed to create effective, equitable, and sustainable, as well as responsible tax systems that optimize revenue mobilization for West African countries' development agenda going forward. So by partnering with WATAF currently, the UNDP is aiming to achieve regional cooperation in developing harmonized tax and fiscal policies and laws to support tax policy making, which is aligned to SDGs going forward. So, ladies and gentlemen, these are examples of our work and the support that we are providing to our partner countries, illustrating the transformative power of harmonizing tax policy with sustainable development goals. There are more approaches that we take in terms of supporting the knowledge gap, which we've seen that many countries are disconnected in terms of looking at how tax policy can be critically leveraged to achieve SDGs. The courses are one of them. And then we've also got the Sustainable Development Goals taxation framework that I believe my colleagues yesterday also touched on. So thank you so much, and I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Doc, for sharing that insight. We appreciate the work you guys are doing. And in particular, I'm amazed on the grounds up approach, the bottom up approach, starting from a cost development to handholding, and then shifting it to actual implementation. That's a beautiful process, and we appreciate that. So having said that, before we take questions and input from participants, we will quickly take a video message from one of our participants, a panelist. Ordinarily, we're supposed to have a colleague from Ethiopia, but due to constraint beyond his control, we take that video instead, and then we take our questions and interventions. Thank you very much. Yeah.
Can you read it out, this one, so that you know this one, the name?
Please go ahead.
Okay, yeah. Good morning, colleagues. Again, we will be having a presentation on monitoring of effective development cooperation in INFFs from the colleague Axel Nystrom, lead for the GPEDC monitoring within the UNDP side of the joint support team. So please give me some seconds to upload his video.
The Global Partnership for Effective Development Cooperation, or GPEDC, is the primary multi-stakeholder vehicle for driving development effectiveness. It brings together, among others, government, bilateral and multilateral organizations, civil society, the private sector, as well as representatives from parliaments and trade unions, who are all committed to strengthening the effectiveness of their partnerships for development. The Global Partnership Monitoring is a partner country-led exercise to promote collective accountability on the effectiveness of development cooperation. It is guided by the 4 internationally agreed principles for effective development cooperation, that is, country ownership, a focus on results, inclusive partnerships, and transparency and accountability. The monitoring tracks progress of partner countries, development partners, and other actors in implementing their agreed commitments. It drives behavior change by focusing on how stakeholders partner at the country level for better development results. The GPEDC monitoring is also the official data source for 3 indicators within SDG 5 and 17. Since 2011, 99 partner countries have led the monitoring exercise in collaboration with hundreds of development partners and other actors. The first 3 global monitoring rounds took place in 2014, 16, and 18. 56 countries have confirmed their participation in the currently ongoing 4th monitoring round. A majority of these, 29 countries, are in the Africa region. Out of these, 19 countries are developing or implementing an INFF. The 4 effectiveness principles cut across the 4 INFF building blocks. For example, the INFF's first building block, assessment and diagnostic, include an assessment of financing needs to meet the priorities set out in the National Development Strategy, as well as an assessment of financial flows to create a baseline understanding of the financing gap. These draw directly on the effectiveness commitments to develop inclusive, country-owned national development strategies as spelled out in the Busan Partnership document. Like the development of an INFF, the GPEDC monitoring exercise is a multi-stakeholder endeavor. One of its very objectives is to spark a dialogue between a diverse range of development actors for improving the quality and effectiveness of development funding and partnerships. The GPEDC monitoring process, therefore, has potential to be an integral part of the INFF efforts to bring multi-stakeholder partners together to align funding and financing to SDGs and national development strategies and plans. Nepal and Cameroon, as two examples from the currently ongoing fourth Global Partnership Monitoring Round, have indicated that they intend to use the GPDC monitoring findings as a source of data when in the future updating and revising their INFFs. Others have raised the possibility to align multi-stakeholder meetings, which are important components of both processes, with each other. One example of this would be formally launching or raising awareness of the GPDC monitoring as in the same multi-stakeholder meeting where the INFF process is concluded, with the very same development cooperation stakeholders in the room. This has multiple benefits. It reduces transaction costs by convening stakeholders once rather than twice. It allows for the multi-stakeholder process of the global partnership exercise that draws on civil society participation and others to also actively participate in the INFF process. And it concretely links the two related exercises, from setting out what resources are needed in the INFF process to how partners can work together better for more effective development cooperation as tracked in the Global Partnership Monitoring Exercise. Finally, the monitoring framework includes an optional assessment of the Kampala principles on effective private sector engagement in development cooperation. Maximizing the benefits of private sector engagement in development cooperation from a business and development perspective requires greater trust building and mutual understanding between all parties. The Kampala Principles Assessment is a tool that enables partner country governments, development partners, civil society organizations, trade unions, and the private sector to track and stimulate greater effectiveness of private sector engagement in development cooperation. By extension, this will deliver better results at the country level. The evidence generated will inform inclusive policy dialogue with the private sector among all stakeholders to improve policy practices and partnerships. This can support policymakers in mobilizing private finance by showing how to foster collaborations that make the best use of international public resources. While INFFs and the financing for development process is a framework for what is needed to achieve the SDGs, the GPDC monitoring and the broader development effectiveness agenda is about how we partner and work together through principle-based and evidence-led development efforts. Please don't hesitate to reach out to the GPDC Joint Support Team, shared between OECD and UNDP, and we can be reached on monitoring@effectivecooperation.org. With those words, we wish you a fruitful workshop from the GPDC and look forward to future collaboration around our common objectives. Thank you.
All right, thank you for that presentation. We are drawing down on our session, but before we do, it's time for a participant to weigh in. So you prepare your questions, participant both in person and online. We want to have your interventions. If you want to direct your question to specific panelists, please do. If it's going for all of them, let us know as well. We want your questions to be brief and straight to the point. If you have contributions to make, let it also be brief as well, because we have just limited time for this segment. Thank you very much. I welcome your questions and interventions. You can raise your flag if you're in the house, so we could just take you one by each. No problems, we note that. Let's start with TJNA. Okay, sorry, let's start with Togo. I think Togo first lifted his flag. So you go ahead, please.
Ok, merci beaucoup. Je voudrais Ce matin, remercier tous les intervenants pour la qualité et le contenu des interventions. Je suis très intéressé par le cas de l'Éthiopie qui a été vraiment présenté ce matin. Et ma question est juste de savoir si c'est possible d'accéder à cette plateforme-là qui nous a été présentée ce matin, juste pour avoir plus d'informations. Merci.
Sorry, please, which platform are you referring to?
Oui, je pense qu'il a présenté le lien entre le plan national de développement de l'Éthiopie et il a montré les liens entre le budget et les ODD. Je ne sais pas si c'est une plateforme qui est disponible sur le net. C'est ce que je voudrais savoir. Merci.
Right. Let's go to TGNA. We go around, then we.
Thank you and good morning. Two quick questions. The first one will go to Dr. Leila. I just want to clarify if the concept of linking tax handles to SDGs is sort of trying to ring fence specific revenue handles to specific SDGs. I just want to clarify that because she mentioned land property tax to education SDG 4 in Ghana. I just want to know what the concept is. And the second question is to Mr. Ama, if you could assist me from your assessment, the level of budget compliance that we see in the countries that we've implemented our two, and whether these two has components for measures to sort of correct deviations. Thank you.
All right. Let's take from this side. We start. Okay. If you want to make intervention, lift your flag so we can see you. Okay, let's go with Madagascar and we come this way then. Thank you.
Bonjour à tous. Je fais bien des félicitations aux divers intervenants de ce matin. Ma question se tourne principalement sur la présentation de Monsieur Bartholomew Arma sur la plateforme qu'il nous a présentée. On voit bien qu'il s'agit d'un alignement des agendas au plan national et au budget, mais est-ce que la plateforme permet aussi donc un retour sur le plan suivi, évaluation des dépenses par rapport aux ODD, et aussi il permet le pilotage infra-annuel et par rapport au budget, par rapport à l'atteinte des indicateurs. Merci beaucoup.
Thank you. Thank you very much for that question. Please, can I come on with your intervention?
Thank you very much. And thank you, Dr. Bartholomew, for your presentation. I think back in Ghana, we have been very much associated with your office on the use of the IPRT tool, particularly going back into the period 2010 up to about 2014, where we used it to align the Ghana share growth to the IPRT tool. But so it's been very useful. Now we are in discussion to see how we're able to now move beyond the alignment phase to link it to the financing. But my question for you is how, I mean, we operate a annual budget cycle. So how are we able to account for the year and then also the throw forward into the outer years? Do we have that flexibility to look at the entire medium term and the financing requirements that will help us to implement our national agenda? Thank you very much.
Thank you. Before we go on with the other colleagues participating in person, we want to take a question from one of our online participants. Elvis Simon Wamuziri is asking, Dr. Leila, if you're online, please take note, is asking whether your capacity building exercise can be extended to private sector players that are supporting government MDAs and LGAs. And the second question is that countries are moving away from sector-based budgeting to program-based budgeting. However, the indicators of the programmers are not in full consonant with the budget allocation, with very weak M&E system to track their progress. Using the last mile approach, there is a very limited alignment of the budget to NDPs. How can this be addressed? I think Mr. Bartolome, this will squarely come to your table. The last question.
Could you please repeat that part?
Okay, they said countries are moving away from sector-based budgeting to program-based budgeting. However, the indicators of these programs are not in full consonant with the budget allocation, with very weak M&E system to track their progress using the last mile approach. There is very limited alignment of the budget to NDPs. How can this be addressed? So, all right, having taken that question from our online participant, there is also another question that's asking whether the slide will be shared. I'm sure that Dr. Fazana and colleagues will take care of that. But we move quickly to Comarus. Please, sir, can you come on with your question? Comarus.
Bonjour à tous, merci de me donner la parole. Je vais être un peu généraliste parce que je réalise que depuis hier, on a eu suffisamment d'informations et beaucoup d'expériences à partager. Mais autant il y a cette richesse, il y a aussi des éléments qui font défaut par rapport aux présentations, par rapport aux échanges et aux différentes contributions. Je pense par exemple au secteur informel qui n'a pas été du tout évoqué par rapport à la justice fiscale, qui me semble être un point assez important. Je pense aussi à des opportunités assez importantes qui sont aujourd'hui à la une, telles que le marché carbone. Tout à l'heure, j'étais très attentif par rapport à la présentation de mon voisin séchellois qui parlait en fait de contributions par rapport au changement climatique, mais qui n'a pas du tout évoqué le marché carbone, qui aujourd'hui en fait fait débat et qui constitue une opportunité assez importante, notamment pour nous, petits États insulaires, par rapport au carbone bleu. Je finis par un élément assez important en termes d'opportunité, l'intégration régionale. Puisqu'il se trouve que cet atelier est régional. Et l'intégration régionale constitue une opportunité essentielle pour nous tous, en fait, pour toutes les Afriques, pour l'Afrique de l'Ouest, de l'Est. Il se trouve qu'ici, je suis avec mon ami du Rwanda, le seul représentant de l'Afrique de l'Est. Mais on ne voit pas ces entités en fait ici se prévaloir pour que les contributions puissent fédérer. Je finis par faire une petite contribution, donc une proposition. Je pense qu'il serait bien, par rapport à tout ce que nous avons ici comme échange, comme contribution, comme proposition, d'aboutir à une structure fêtière supranationale qui permettrait justement au CNFI de pouvoir harmoniser justement et de pouvoir coordonner toutes les bonnes pratiques et toutes les expériences réussies ou non réussies pour pouvoir avancer et très rapidement. Pour exemple, par rapport à ce que cela pourrait se réaliser dans ce cadre d'une structure fêtière. Nous avons par exemple au niveau de la BAD, au niveau de la BID, tout récemment, eu des propositions très innovantes, intéressantes pour les financements concessionnels. Les deux banques ont ouvert des guichets dédiés au financement concessionnel. Ce serait ici à l'occasion de partager de telles expériences parce qu'on a parlé beaucoup de la dette et par rapport à la dette, il faut aussi amoindrir les coûts pour les réalisations en fait de nos infrastructures. Je vous remercie sur ce.
Thank you for your intervention and contribution. We note your emphasis on regional coordination to harmonize action plans and policies. We think that a meeting like this is also speaking to that need. And I'm sure members have also noted your emphasis on peer learning and experience sharing, which is also a major plank of this engagement. So thank you for your intervention. Can we quickly take the intervention from a colleague, the UNDP colleague? Yes, come along. Ghana, is your flag up or is it a legacy hand? Okay, you go ahead. Thank you.
Thanks. My questions are to Dr. Arma on the IPRT platform. It is so great to have the financing data feature on the platform. I was wondering what is on the country level, what is the data collection frequency as well as data sources especially? I saw there are private funding or private financing data incorporated into that country level financing because private financing, when it comes to private financing, the data sources are always kind of challenging for the collection process. And also, the second question, also the last question, is that is there any kind of good story from the countries that have been piloting these practices in terms of building on this data platform? They have some deep dive in the data analytics to help inform their internal domestic policy making or even budget optimization. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Just one last intervention from Burkina Faso. Please come along.
Merci, monsieur le modérateur. Deux questions assez rapidement. La première question, c'est pour monsieur Joubert de Seychelles, qui a présenté un peu l'approche innovante en matière de finances publiques pour le financement donc des ODD. Et ce que on voudrait savoir avec le mécanisme donc échange de créances contre les obligations vertes, est-ce que cela est directement lié au cadre de financement, cadre nationaux de financement intégré, et quelle en est donc, à quelle étape ils sont? Est-ce qu'ils disposent d'une stratégie nationale de financement intégré qui lie donc tous les types d'instruments? Deuxième question à Dr. Leila. Elle a suggéré l'implication des parlementaires pour établir le lien entre la politique fiscale et la réalisation des ODD. Alors, les parlementaires ont souvent effectivement un rôle de contrôle de l'action gouvernementale. Et je veux savoir comment on peut réussir effectivement à les impliquer dans ce processus de lien entre donc la politique fiscale et s'il y a un pays et qui a réussi l'exercice, si elle peut nous préciser ce pays. Merci.
All right, these are wonderful contributions and questions. It shows we are all listening very keenly to the various presentations. We have a few minutes to bring answers and clarity to your questions and queries. And I want to start with Dr. Leila, if you're online, you could take the questions that we addressed to you quickly. From you, we go to Mr. Jobat from Seychelles. Then we return to colleagues in-house here to deal with the remaining questions. Thank you. Dr. Leila, please come online. Yeah.
Yes, thank you. Can you see me?
Sure, we can see you and hear you clearly. Yeah.
Thank you. Yes, so I'll start off by answering the question posed to me by TJNA. Really, really good question because we get asked that question a lot. So our training courses, we do not really target specific taxes for specific SDGs, telling the countries that, you need to implement X number of taxes, and these taxes should only be utilized for the achievement of, these specific SDGs. That's not our role. Our role is to just try and guide the country to understanding the different types of tax bases that are out there, the different country examples or country experiences in implementing a number of taxes, which they themselves have linked to the achievement of specific SDGs. So in terms of sharing those examples, the country that we're training would then look at its own tax system and be like, actually, we're not implementing or enforcing financial transactions taxes. So therefore, maybe we need to implement this so that we can, the revenue we mobilize on the basis of this FTT, we can then go ahead and, apply it towards the achievement of SDG 3, for example. So what we do is that we work with the country to look at its tax system and identify what taxes it mobilizes and the taxes that it is not currently mobilizing, but thinking of enforcing at a later stage. And we get the participants to ask themselves to consider the extent to which their own tax system is ready to support the SDGs. So for example, are tax incentives only provided to multinational corporations, or are they also provided to small and medium-sized enterprises? And if not, then the country is restricting its advancement on SDG 8, which is on decent work and economic growth. So this is the example that I'm giving you in terms of Eswatini. Eswatini is now, from next month, July, they're going to be implementing the presumptive tax as a way to now give some sort of tax relief to the SME so that they can actually, get to work within the economy, pay their taxes, but not also be severely restricted. So that is one way in which the Eswatini Revenue Service is going to be advancing SDG 8 going forward. We also look at issues like, is the tax system indicative of gender bias? Then what tax measures are needed to level the ground for women's advancement as well? So the example of Ghana picking on property and land tax, which you pointed out, was a decision that was made by the participants. They recognized that as a tax category that can truly support the maximization of DRM in their country, which they felt that then they could use this to support the education sector. That was the SDG that they identified that needed most support for the progress towards SDGs in their own country. So our courses, we demonstrate various ways tax measures can be applied to achieving the SDGs. We do give examples of a targeted tax measure that could support specific SDGs, like SDG 13 on climate action. We might recommend certain incentives for public-private partnerships or joint ventures to start engaging in climate mitigation and adaptation strategies. So that's my response to you. The question from Elvis on whether our courses can be extended for capacity building of the private sector. So the idea behind the courses is to just support governments, right? And it's to support our partner countries. We're not really getting to extend the courses or deliver these courses to the private sector. However, before we even deliver the courses, what happens at the country level is that we have the national tax dialogue where we welcome all participants from the public, from the private to come and engage with us in terms of understanding the country's, tax needs and tax challenges and how together we can support the country to now have or move towards a resilient tax system. So during the national tax dialogues, the country offices do get in touch with the private sector to invite them for this sort of collaboration that we do. But the courses are not, so far, we're not thinking about extending it to the private sector, but it's a point that we might want to consider since that you've raised it, and I see the value in having them as well. The final question on the engagement of parliamentarians, I think that's a spot-on question. It's a difficult one as well, because like you said, we want to see examples of a country that has successfully achieved this through parliamentarians. So I don't have a country example that I can tell you, which has been a success factor, because it was just last month in May that we were able to train the parliamentarians in Bhutan, and we were able to get them to understand why their role is central towards the achievement of this linkage between tax fiscal policy as well as the SDGs. And many of them felt, they did not understand the consequences of some of the ambiguous terms in their tax legislation. They did not understand how the tax treaties that they have signed that contain some provisions that, kind of lead to base erosion and profit shifting, how that would impact the design of their own tax systems. So beginning to engage with them by explaining to them what are really the challenges that, constrain the fiscal base of a country, the fiscal capacity of a country, we then get them to now start thinking about what can they do at the level of parliament to ensure that they're grounding this really well from the legislative perspective and also guiding the parliament themselves and the different levels of governance that they have in terms of thinking about this linkage going forward. So Bhutan is giving it a go, but we will have to watch Bhutan to be able to come back and inform you that this is what the success factor from Bhutan looks like, or this is what the challenges that they had, or in other words, they completely failed to do this. So give us a chance to come back to you at a later stage and talk to you about what Bhutan's experience has been in actually getting parliamentarians involved in this and to ensure that this linkage is actually becoming very strong and resilient. So I think I've responded to the questions raised for me.
Thank you, Dr. Leila, for responding effectively to those questions. Just to pick from the last statement you made, yeah, it's difficult to achieve that level of success with parliamentarians, but I can share an experience with Nigeria. So between 2018 and 2022, Nigeria consistently reformed the tax code by way of Finance Act. When you look at the product of those Finance Act, you will begin to see extensive tax policy positions, which was conceived at executive level, being brought to life by way of extensive engagement with parliamentarians from all the processes, from the conceptualization of some of those policy trusts to the actual drafting and then bringing them into the tax code. So that's one kind of light at the end of the tunnel. It was very effective. They were involved, and the involvement from the discussion level to conceptualization level and finally drafting and implementation was very instrumental to those successes recorded. So maybe you can look at that and try to work around that, see how far you can get. So having said that, we will quickly move to another panelist online, Mr. Jobo. If you are there, there are some few questions that were addressed to you. Could you come up with your intervention, please? Thank you.
Thank you, sir. So thank you to the delegate from Burkina Faso for the question. So maybe just to touch base. So for Seychelles, we are very much in the early stages of the INFF. A DFA, that is a development finance assessment, has been conducted with the assistance of UNDP. In terms of our national development strategy, it is very much aligned to the SDGs and the NDS. And the ministries, departments, and agencies of government very much mainstream the SDGs into their work plan and also into the NDS. And of course, this also means that SDGs is mainstreamed into the budget of the government and also into the medium-term strategy and consequently into the broader medium-term fiscal framework. The INFF, therefore, will help us to guide in the costing and the implementation of the national development strategy. And consequently, therefore, the implementation of the SDGs. In terms of the financing strategy, this is where the INFF for us will really play a very key role, because the NDS has been released. It runs from 2024 to 2028. And to a large extent, the interventions therein are captured and will be implemented through the government budget. But the INFF, therefore, provides us with a more broader consolidated platform to take this on and have that very comprehensive financing strategy for the various interventions of the NDS, so that at the end of the day, the priority areas which have been established by both the people and the leadership of our country can actually be attained as part of our broader development agenda. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Gilbert. Colleagues from Burkina Faso, I hope those answers as provided clarify your questions. We quickly move on to Mr. Bartholomew Ama to respond to questions around IPRT, which members seem to have a lot of interest in. Please go ahead, sir.
Yeah, thank you. On the first question about access to the IPRT, Farzana is going to send the email on the access, the link to that tool. We have two windows. One is for countries, it's restricted access because some countries are particular about their data, and then we have a demo window where you can actually see the functionalities. But if a country is interested, you submit a request, and then we provide training and give you access to your country data. There was a question about the budget cycles. Yes, you're right. You have countries have annual budgets. So what we do is the system can take multiple budget cycles. So for the current year, we enter that information, and subsequent years we do that. But if you have a medium-term expenditure framework, which spans, say, 3 to 5 years, that's even better, because then it sort of aligns with your plan, and you don't have to put in multiple budget cycles. So yes, you can have multiple budget cycles. There's also a question about, does it facilitate expenditure tracking? Yes, it does, because it looks at the revenue side and the expenditure side. But I must say, and I would also want others here to confirm, this whole INFF process, really, in terms of getting information about financing, is not easy. At least our experience has been, you can get information about the planning side. When it comes to the money side, it's a problem. So really, we need to use this as an advocacy for getting the commitment of governments to really commit in principle to this process, because if it's done right, I think we can address all of these debt issues. For example, I mean, if you know the composition of your funding cycle, funding sources, short-term resources, are you using short-term money for long-term projects? That can be expensive because you have to keep rolling over that short-term financing. So that kind of information can really help us address the longer systemic issues of debt. Coming back to the data sources, we have adopted a two-pronged approach. In some cases, we take the budget data, public budget data entered into the system, and then come up with some results, and then have a conversation with the government. It's a way to sort of generate that conversation where there's maybe a reluctance. But in other cases, we work with the governments to actually populate the system with the data. That is the ideal situation. I think the biggest challenge is getting more disaggregated data about funding in relation to targets, because you can have, if the data is not disaggregated, then you have a problem of double counting. One programmatic source of funding can speak to multiple NDP targets. So if the data is more disaggregated, then you can then allocate systemically or systematically to different targets. Now, how do you really improve this alignment between funding sources and the NDPs? And I'm using the word funding sources because the budget is only one source. I mean, they have extra budgetary sources of financing. Based on our experience, the logic is as follows. If the money is going towards certain programs, then the only link between the money and the plan is through those programs that have been funded. So the way to strengthen the alignment between the money and the targets is ensuring that the NDP targets, the programs that inform those targets are also similar to the programs that are being funded through the budget. So budgetary programs and planning programs must be aligned to ensure the alignment connection between money and development targets. And the countries are beginning to some countries do this better than others. Some countries, the allocations go to ministries. So then what's the relationship between the ministry and the plan? It is probably through the sectoral plan. So I think really some work needs to be done to streamline those processes to ensure better alignment. We're still in the process of analyzing this data. So to tell you ballpark figure whether there's about the strength of alignment, it varies. But I would say it's about 50% or less. But I think I want to get more data before I say that. So in terms of the biggest problem here now is really getting finance and planning to work together. And most of you know that there have been more divorces and remarriages between finance and planning in globally than ever. They get together, and because I think, when they're together, the short-term imperatives of financing overtake the longer-term planning issues. When they are apart, finance dominates planning. So I think we are all struggling with finding the best approach. I think Nigeria puts budget with the planning to sort of help bridge that balance, but giving both entities equal power in terms of the hierarchy, especially if you have a situation where the planning minister has no presence in the cabinet, then he or she is weakened in terms of implementation. In the South Korea and these Asian countries, they put both under the highest office, and really, I think the bottom line is commitment. So for me, I think that's really what development boils down to, is commitment and how we follow through on that. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ama, for those response. On that note, we will draw down on our session. We've extended our time by 7 or 8 minutes, but I want to encourage you to continue the discussion even outside the session. You can direct your question bilaterally to any of the panelists if you have their contact, or you can channel further queries to UNECA colleagues who will find a way to get it to the panelists. Thank you very much for participating, both for those of you who are online and the ones that are here in the room with us. We believe that through this session, we have enriched ourselves with insight needed for us to further developmental initiative and steps in our various destinations and countries. Thank you again, and may we give a round of applause to my distinguished panelists and then for your wonderful participation. Thank you. Yeah.
Thank you so much, colleagues. Now we will break for 10 minutes for a tea break, and we will be here by 10:50. So the same place outside the conference room.
Yes, good morning, colleagues. I hope we enjoyed a coffee tea break. And then we're back here for another session that will take us through right up before we have a lunch break. Before we went out for the coffee break, we had a session on harmonizing public finance with the SDGs and the rich presentations that accompanied that, very insightful ones, including what we did yesterday. And in this session, we're going to look at public finance reform, especially with regards to tax systems and debt. And the aim of this session is to highlight the reforms of public finance focusing on issues on debt and tax for mobilizing resources for development. And of course, the country experiences are here for us to be able to then see various country experiences and how we can actually share and benefit from them. So we'll have country experiences to showcase how INFFs can serve as effective tools for countries to ensure public finance reforms to meet national development goals and the sustainable development goals. And of course, there are guiding questions to this. If you have the program in front of you, the schedule in front of you, you will see the various guiding questions on current issues at country level, right down to how to move forward, based on our experience, country experiences, and our plans at the country level. So, of course, we will have this, and of course, a round of questions, so that as the presentations are going on, we should also then just take note of what questions we or concerns or comments that we want to bring up during the interactive phase of the session. And today we have a distinguished panelist made up of Associate Minister of Finance for Policies and Economic Affairs from Egypt, Mr. Dr. Mohamed Ibrahim Abdou. And then we have Mr. Felix Okonkwo, Director of Macroeconomy. Okay. You're representing?
No, I am presenting. He's not here at all.
Oh, okay.
I'm not representing him. I'm here.
Oh, okay. Thank you. Thank you. He's not here, but he will be presenting on behalf of his office. That's the office of the Budget Office of the Federation of Nigeria. So, Mr. Alfred Oko will be presenting for Nigeria. Then for Ghana, Christopher Papa Kojo, a senior planner at the Ministry of Planning in Ghana, will be presenting will present to us the Ghana case. And then from Zambia, we will have Mrs. Michelle Nelly Simwinga Sinda, a principal planner of the National Planning Division of the Ministry of Finance and National Planning in Zambia. Is she here with us? Yeah. And then from Burkina Faso, we have Dr. Laba Issa Kobiada. I hope I got the name right.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you. And then we'll have one virtual presentation from UNDP. This will be a visual presentation on monitoring of effective development cooperation in INFFs
and this will be done by Axel Nystrom. So okay. Okay. So we'll have more time to ourselves, right? With one panelist down. So thank you so much. I think now we'll start with the first presentation from the Associate Minister of Egypt, His Excellency. Your presentation.
And thank you, Mr. Moderator, for giving me this opportunity to share with you Egypt experience. Very quickly, I'll start by the current global economic challenges that not only facing Egypt, but actually facing most of our African member states and in entirely most or many of the developing countries. I believe after the COVID-19 and member states start to recover, we have faced the shocks of high inflation, the tension on Russia, Ukraine, and the start of the war. And all these things lead to increase of inflation. And afterwards, many of central bank in developed economies start to raise its interest rates, which lead to an increase in initial goods prices, and also make it difficult for our member states to access the international market. And if we have this access, it became more costly to our member state to borrow from international market. If we see the Egyptian economy, we can see that Egypt was one of the few countries in the Middle East and North Africa which continue to have positive growth rate within even COVID time. And after recovery from COVID, we succeed to reach 6.6% of growth rate. However, with the going conflict between Russia and Ukraine, the war in Gaza, and also the tension on the Red Sea, it really affect our economy, and we see that our growth rate reduced to be like 2.9% of GDP, with high inflation rate which like 75.7%. It also, all this tensions, conflict, and crisis affect our national currency. So we go on series of devaluation. We can see after the Arab Spring that we have, our national currency have been depreciated by almost 56.9% of its value in November in 2016. After we applied an economic reform program, our currency started to appreciate, reaching even 15.6%, 15.6 Egyptian pound to one USD. However, afterwards, in March 2022, we gone through another devaluation, which lead to 36.5% of losing of our national currency value. Once again, in January 2023, with devaluation of 19.9%. And the final one was in March 2024, with depreciation of 34.6% of the Egyptian pound value. If we can see, this also impact our debt level. While our debt level was almost 98.3% of GDP, it increased to 102.8% of GDP after what happened in Arab Spring, and after implementation of the economic reform program, which was supported by the IMF. Our debt level started to decrease to reach in June 2019 80.9% of GDP. However, with all those challenges that we speak about, our debt level started to increase to reach 95.7% of GDP as June 2023. What actually concerns us more than the debt level itself, the interest payment. If we look for interest payment as the estimate for the closing year of 2023-2024, it reached almost 56.2% of our revenues, and also almost 45.3% of our expenditure. To try to address all these issues, we gone through a reform program which is supported by the IMF. On 20 of March, the IMF Executive Board completes the first and second review of the Extend Fund facility for Egypt and approve an augmentation of the original program, which was 5 billion USD. Now it increased to be 8 billion. And actually we have also 1.2 billion from the Resilient Sustainability Trust. Now we completed the next review. It's ongoing now. It's June, July. And we will have another review in September, October. Afterwards, we will have a semi-annual review on the progress of this program. Our key pillars for the programs is actually to have a flexible exchange rate and broadening and deepening the structure and governance reform to increase the role of the private sector and actually reduce the state footprint on the economy. We will continue also with the fiscal consolidation to reduce the government debt level and also the gross financing needs.
Okay, can you just put in presentation mode? I'm sure it's here.
Okay.
So that it's more visible here.
Okay. So also our program with IMF is supported by financing from our regional and international partners. So we have secured the largest FDI deal for Egypt history with United Arab Emirates, which was 35 billion USD. Actually, we received it in two tranches. The first tranche we received it on April 2024 with 15 billion USD, and we also received the second tranche with 20 billion on May 2024. Actually, 50% of this fresh money will be used to reduce the debt level. Aside also from this deal, we have signed a strategic and comprehensive partnership with the Eurozone. So we have financial package worth 7.4 billion euros, and it will be on 3 years going through with the IMF program, out of which 5 billion is on concessional loan, 1.8 billion is for investment, and 600 million will be on grant. When it comes to the economic reform programs, on Ministry of Finance, we are having fiscal structure reform, which mainly focusing on digital transformation, rationalization and efficiency on prioritized expenditure, maximizing the return on state assets, and board the tax base, introducing program-based budgeting, and continue the subsidy reform, and introducing social protection safety network, and supporting productive economic sectors. On the automation of public financial management side, we have what we call a government financial network. Actually, we introduced the Treasury single account, and we closed almost 61,000 account of the government and transferred to one account on the Central Bank of Egypt. And we actually also introduced the automation of a government payment system. And we have 100% of our government transaction doing automatically. And we have what we call GFMIS. Now we are implementing and closing financial report of the budget automatically, and we also implement this on 52 of our economic authorities. We have also the electronic payment collection center, which now make all the transaction of the government between our people also doing automatically through different channels. Also, what we are trying to do is using general government indicator as the main physical indicator. So we are consolidating the principle of a comprehensive and unifying of the state general budget, presenting the state budget financial data in a more accurate and comprehensive manner. We also including the revenues and expenditure of economic authorities. 59 economic authorities now is consolidated with the state general budget. And we also trying to introduce a budget a debt ceiling for the government. We have also another program which initial budget offering. So we are now listing 35 state-owned companies are offered for strategic investor or even public offering on the Egypt exchange market. When it comes to the economic reform of public spending, we are trying to control the increase in wage and salaries while securing also an annual increase in civil servant income exceeding the average inflation rate. We are trying to continue the gradual shift from to cash and semi-cash subsidy and moving from this direct subsidy to and try to direct it to more vulnerable groups. We have also rate subsidy. So we are trying now to reform rate subsidy and take a measure to rationalize the consumption and improve production's efficiency. Also in electricity and fuel subsidy, we are implementing a plan to gradually lift fuel and electricity subsidy, and we planning to end it up by 2025. We also implementing initiative targeting specific productive and services sector and increase the pension to cope with inflation and to continue the expansion of social protection network, including what we call Takaful and Karama, which program target for most vulnerable groups. We also have we are trying to comply with the constitution entitlement to spend on health and education system. So it's should be at least 33% and 4% respectively when it comes to as a percentage of GNI. When it comes to dealing with or managing our debt, we are trying to diversify the source of funding. So we have different types. We have the ordinary type. We have now Islamic types, and we have green and sustainable means. When it comes to tools, we have the bonds, and we introduce Sukuk and green loans also. When it comes to diversifying the markets, we for sure rely on our local market. We have access to our regional market, and now we also have access to international market. So we have bonds in USD and we have it in Euro. However, we also try to diversify more. So we now have access to the Japanese market and Chinese market. So we issue the samurai bonds on the Japanese market, and we also issued Banda bonds on the Chinese market. We also working on extending the average of maturity of our debts. We are having this target of to have 5 years debt maturity on June 2027. On the tax aspect, we are working on tax policies so we are reducing, we are trying to extend the base of our tax. We also reforming tax administration. So we are curbing corruption, tax evasion, and tax avoidance. And we are trying to cope with international best practice when it comes to digital services and e-commerce. On the automation, we also on tax side, we are trying to automation of the main tax process. We introduce e-invoice, e-recipient, and government pay automation system. When it comes to our physical target, now we are trying to bridge this gap between the expenditure and revenue side. So we are doing a good effort in this one. So we reduce this gap from 11% to 7.3. And now we try to have an increase which higher than in revenue side other than the expenditure. So overall, we succeeded to divert the deficit in our overall budget from 12.5% in 2015-2016 to now having as the estimate for 2023-2024 as 4%, and we succeed to have a surplus on our primary balance for 7 years. And now it's closed as 5.8% of GDP. We will continue this fiscal consolidation with these targets to have another 0.5%, 1.4 and 1.7 starting from 2023, 2024 to 26, 27 year. And actually we are trying to reduce our debt level. So we have the target to reduce it in June 2025 to 85.5% and increase the maturity from what we have currently 3.1 to 3.4. I believe this is all, and thank you for your kind attention.
Thank you. Thank you, Excellency, for your rich, comprehensive presentation, which tried to bridge the global and the global context, and of course the Egyptian context, pointing out to some of the initiatives and the fiscal consolidation strategies that have been put in place, also paying attention to issues of social expenditure. And you mentioned also the devaluation of your currency, which I think has been a serious issue. Even Nigeria has been affected as well. And I think all of this spells, a challenging context when it comes to mobilizing the resources that African countries need to implement their INFFs. We'll move now to, after Egypt, we'll now move to Nigeria. We'll hear from Mr. Alfred, who's going to also then present us the Nigerian context, so that then we should be able to have a discussion on this different country experiences. Thank you.
Thank you very much, moderator. I hope the technical guys can help put up my presentation. I mailed it earlier. Thank you. Just before that's put up, I just want to thank the organizers for giving us the opportunity to speak as Nigeria. And I just want to say that a lot has been said. There's just not too much to say differently from all we've heard from yesterday. But of course, we would like to share our experience as a country, particularly, provide our own individual context, for us to be able to follow through the conversation. Thank you very much. Next slide, please. So the next slide will be the content of the presentation this afternoon. We just have an overview to provide background and context. We'll rush through the next one, which talks to INFF. And of course, we'll talk about our plans and initiatives, and then we'll conclude. Because of time limitations, we won't be spending too much time on some of the slides. But next slide, please. And next. Okay, so just to provide context, I think our colleague from UNDP did a great work, providing some of the progress over the last couple of years. And I'll just go straight to the point that Nigeria has undertaken several initiatives towards monitoring the SDGs. And despite this, 13 out of 17 SDGs are either worsening or stagnating. And this is a real concern. It's a concern because the fiscal side is also struggling to provide the required revenue to support this. And as we'll see in subsequent slide in this presentation, would take us back to the year of the pandemic. And of course, you will see how things around public finance nosedived afterwards and how it's impacted on debt. I think the last presentation from the Honourable Minister from Egypt also alluded to some of these. And the challenges that we faced decreased fiscal space and low investments, of course, inflation, which most of the countries have also alluded to, are some of the issues that we're grappling with at the moment. Next slide, please. Just by way of background, we need about 10 billion annual financing to be able to close the gap with the SDGs. And I think this number is a little bit understated in today's Nigeria. Just for context, again, we're talking about a country of about 220 million people. It's important that if we succeed, I think the whole of Africa and the world will benefit from our success, because we're talking about the number is on our side. So we have every impetus to succeed. But of course, the poverty rate is also increasing at about 40%. And we're talking about inflation of about 33.7% as of last month, or that was April number. And I think 17% of formal paid work. So a lot of the employment or workforce in Nigeria is more or less informal, if you like. And, all of these have one or two things to do around all of the various numbers of the SDGs we are tracking. But this is just to position things and for us to understand the context of our country. Next slide, please. On the next slide, we've tried to document, for what is worth, I wouldn't be speaking too much to this, the INFF process in Nigeria. I think it was Anku who, during his presentation yesterday, gave us some kudos. Nigeria, in terms of the progress we've made, we've launched our INFF and we're currently in the early stages of implementation. So again, this is just to document from when INFF was adopted here in Addis Ababa in 2015 to our implementation progress sometime last year. This is just to capture all of that in a slide. And of course, the entire process, I must say, is with commendable support from the UNDP country office in Nigeria, and of course, other development partners on our steering committee. Again, I refer to Anku's presentation yesterday, where he put up a slide of the various stakeholders in the INFF space. And of course, in Nigeria, our steering committee is composed of state actors, which is government and the subnational, and of course, non-state actors, where we have development partners and the organized private sector. Next slide, please. Again, I refer to, I think it was Maxwell during his very interesting remarks yesterday, who spoke to the idea of trying to synergize individual countries' national development plans with the SDG. We have a National Development Plan 2021 to 2025, which expires sometime next year. We're currently working on a successor plan, but this plan, strategically aligned with the SDG. But the big problem is that we are looking at it's costed, and the investment part of the plan is about 348.7 trillion naira. I would want to imagine that that figure is more than double today, considering the valuation and all of that. The components that will come from the public sector, as you can see on the slide, is just about a fifth of the entire amount, about 49.7 trillion. So it also shows that we will be leaning more, either borrowing or getting more from the organized private sector or development finance assistance and the like. So this is just to put things in context. Next slide, please. And the next. So we will look at how we got here. And on this is an interesting slide, because we need to go back to be able to look at why we are where we are at the moment. What we've tried to do here is to bring out quotes from African countries during the COVID crisis. And all of these quotes are from 2020. I'll start with Ghana. It says Ghana slashes GDP forecast over coronavirus shock. Again, in Kenya, I'm not sure there's a Kenyan in the room. It says Kenyans brace for tough times as economic shock looms. Economic experts say that coronavirus will slam African countries or African economies. And of course, South Africa declares state of disaster as coronavirus threatens to derail economy. Again, our finance minister says that Nigeria will go into recession if COVID-19 continues beyond 6 months. And I'd like to say that we did go into a recession because it went on beyond 6 months, and we had to spend our way out of recession. What this means is that we had to do a lot more borrowing. When you borrow more, you have to have repayment plan, and all of that impacts on your original targets and plans for development. And it's quite interesting for us because COVID-19 wasn't just about the shocks. It was also about the fact that we, and I think at the Angola and Ghana, oil producing countries, we struggled to sell oil, which is a significant source of government revenues. So we'll see in the next slide and how we dealt with managing budgetary pressures, which meant that our fiscal balance had to suffer significantly, wherein we went on borrowing overdrive, as you can see from 2020, and we had to breach our laid down laws of not crossing 3% of GDP in terms of borrowing. We breached that 4 times over the last couple of years. Over the last couple of years, and significantly many more times after COVID-19 struck. I want to say that even for 2024, we also breached the 3% of GDP, which is also a concern because when you're looking to advance development agenda, you would have to, be careful around how much you can borrow, especially when it's getting towards unsustainable limits. Next slide, please. So what are our plans and initiatives going forward? Having identified that we are lagging behind in 13 out of 17, we've received some sort of support from the UNDP and the European Union as part of counterpart funding to push our INFF to where we are today, and we acknowledge that. I appreciate them for that support. We are committed to the intended outcomes of the INFF as we've put together, which is to increase our revenue to GDP ratio, to enable development financing, to achieve the SDGs by 2030, increase financial flows, including FDIs and remittances commensurate with the size of the economy, and of course, strengthen capacities of national and subnational institutions to raise revenue flows from various sources, and of course, improving enabling environment for private sector. We recognize the role that the private sector plays in the space and the amount of money that is available to them. And we also want to ensure that they are integrated and they adopt different SDGs that they want to also advance as we move on. Next slide, please. So to move this forward, we have proposed what we call the INFF fund in Nigeria. For starters, the size of the fund will be about $100 million. And the tenure is about 10 years. Now, you want to say that the SDG ends in 2030, but the reality is that the development agenda does not really stop by 2030. So we are focused on pushing what we need to push and doing what we need to do within the time left for us. So we had a steering committee a couple of weeks ago, and this fund was presented and adopted. The organized private sector and the private sector players on the steering committee are also committed to support the achievement of this fund. Like I said, this is about donor financial contribution that will enable stakeholders to finance and implement the INFF. Let me say this, that this is not all there is to finance SDG in Nigeria. This is just a fund that we want to put together, and we hope that it can grow. Like I stated in my previous slide, we did about $10 billion to coordinate and which it. In fact, the subcomponent of the SDGs, which is around climate, we're currently working on an energy transition which looks to decarbonize to net zero by 2060. That target is quite ambitious. We're looking at a $1.9 trillion equivalent, or thereabout equivalent in Naira, that is needed to drive that ambition. Of that amount, we would need to be spending a total of about 410 billion above our business as usual spending to be able to reach that target. That is also another subcomponent of additional $10 billion annually, which is not even in this conversation, just to put things in context. So this fund is what it is. It's just targeted at having a separate basket of funds that will support INFF initiatives. And of course, we are also very committed to funding INFF through the budget, or SDGs through the budget. So next slide, please. On the next slide, you see the proposed sources of funds. Like I think I've discussed this. The federal government, which is the national government, if you like, then the subnational governments of states and local governments, and then development finance partners and the organized private sectors who will, co-pool or co-mingle funds to support or drive the INFF. Next slide, please. So on the next slide, we will see the use of funds to support various initiatives and programs that will support the INFF. So just to wrap things up, next slide, please. We'll begin to look at key PFM, public financial management reforms that we've undertaken, which are targeted mainly around revenue mobilization to be able to pull in more funds, to be able to improve our fiscal situation. We've tried to put out a number of policy situations or policy documents and orders, executive orders that will support resource generation. I think it was the last moderator who made reference to the fact that we've consistently put out finance acts that will support our revenue drive and our annual budgets. And also, we have also discovered that beyond raising revenues, resource allocation, that's putting money for the right things, is also very important. We've had to push some reforms around, how what sectors are to receive the right amount of funding. Unfortunately, we've had to deal with a lot of security situation as a country in the last couple of years, but we also want to begin to push additional funding to priority sectors that align with the overarching priorities of government, and of course the SDG on the on the right term. So we've also ensured that we align spending with policy, and it will link planning and budget in terms of ensuring that the budget speak to our national development plan. Then there's also the component of expenditure management, which realistically speaks to allocative efficiency. So when you allocate correctly, we need to also ensure that the monies are spent and then there is value for money, because once stuffs are done correctly in the first instance, we may not need to do them again, and therefore we need to ensure that we close out on our various expenditure targets as we proceed as a country. And finally, on the debt side, we unfortunately have had to deal with a lot of borrowings in the last 4 to 5 years, and it's impacted a lot on our fiscal situation. But nonetheless, public debt as a percentage of GDP by law is supposed to be under 40%. It's currently around 39%. IMF is projecting that we may cross the 40 by the end of this year, which is not unexpected considering all that we've discussed prior to this point. But of course, we remain committed to ensure that if we increase the revenues, we'll be able to get to sustainable and debt limits. On the next slide, we will be discussing some of the things, actual stuff we did in terms of domestic revenue mobilization. Like I mentioned, our annual finance acts are more or less like the policy document that helps amending relevant laws that support our revenue drive. I think it was a colleague from Zambia, correct me if I'm wrong, Evaristos, who mentioned yesterday that they had to amend old laws. So for us, annually, we look into the various existing laws in the PFM ecosystem, and we try to review them and see how they are relevant in today's world. With a lot of automation going on, we've had to deal with trying to amend relevant provisions in existing laws under the instrument of the Finance Act to ensure that they are aligned with our current drive and our vision. So for the thematic areas, we've looked at the domestic revenue mobilization, tax administration, and legislative drafting, international taxation. As you know, Nigeria is a big country and we do a lot of online and international transactions. So we had to bring in, VAT components and how we can retrieve some of the capital flight leaving Nigeria in terms of the funding in terms of online purchases and some other, foreign presence in Nigeria, how we can better tax them. And then the financial sector reforms and tax equity. And of course, the PFM reforms, which I've discussed in the prior slides. The laws, statutes proposed to be amended are listed 1 to 13 on the right-hand side. So we identified all of those and the provisions that needed to be amended. And in the next couple of slides, you will see the sections. Next slide, please. You will see the section of the relevant laws to be amended, the issues we're trying to resolve, the mechanisms that we're trying to use to resolve those issues, the rationale and commentary that supports the mechanisms or the issues that we're trying to resolve. On the next slide, we also you'll see for tax administration and legislative drafting all of the issues that we were looking to bring into the Finance Act. We did capture under this. On the next slide, like I mentioned about e-commerce, the international taxation side is also sorted out so that we're able to meet VAT obligations and ensure that money spent from Nigerian soil, the Nigerian government is able to get what is due them from some of those transactions. And again, on the next slide, you see our financial sector reform and tax equity issues. Next slide, please. Financial sector reforms and tax equity issue. Again, you look at the section of the various laws we are amending, the issues we're trying to resolve, and of course, the mechanism that follows through. So finally, let me just conclude for lack of time that we remain focused to the implementation of the IMFF, irrespective of ongoing reforms and of course our current debt situation. But we are positive that with government's commitment to ending age-long subsidy regimes, and I made the notes when my colleague from the Honourable Minister from Egypt, did have a full bullet point around subsidies on his. Unfortunately, I don't have one, but it's common knowledge that Nigeria is committed and resolute this time around to end the subsidy regime, and that we're beginning to see some improvement in revenues to the federal government. We expect to see double of last year numbers by the end of this year, with the current run rate. So we expect that there will be more money available to fund the budget and the SDGs and implement our INFF as is. So, like I said, we would prioritize the two red ones are like our critical path that we cannot derail from. And while we're at it, we're also setting up an M&E system that will ensure that we keep an eye and track our progress, and we're able to report on our progress at global and national levels to peer countries or at UN platforms as they come. So I think I've come to the end of the presentation. Thank you all very much for listening.
Thank you. Okay. Another very, very insightful one. And I think what actually struck me was the INFF fund. I'm sure I've not heard of it already from the previous presentations, and I think it's a very good example for us to maybe further discuss here, and some of the fiscal consolidation strategies and public finance management strategies that have been put in place in Nigeria. We are we'll be at one shortly, so I'll say for each, we have 4 presentations left. For each, I will say maybe 12 minutes for each. And then if we move into open it up to the audience, and to the other participants for comments and questions. So now we'll go to Ghana, 12 minutes each, so that we can then run through the 4 presentations that are left.
Thank you very much. Can we have the slide up? Okay. So now, in the case of Ghana, I think you would all recall that in 2020, Excellency the President of the Republic of Ghana made a profound statement that echoed throughout the world that we know how to bring back the economy, but we do not know how to bring back the debt. And since COVID, we've seen the impact on our national economy, where in 2020 alone, our growth was reduced up by almost just about a 1 percentage point. So we've seen the impact, and since then, we've had to experience skyrocketing inflation, exchange rate depreciation, Ghana's own limited access to the global financial markets, and many of the macro issues that we have faced. Now, in all this, we were prompted then now to approach the IMF and put together some financing mechanism. So we were able to come up with our own homegrown program that we call the Post-COVID-19 Program of Economic Growth, the PCPEG program. And in it, the government of Ghana is doing all it can to stay within the program and make sure that we achieve the program objective, build our economy back much more strongly, take advantage of the opportunities that will help us to build a robust economy that can withstand most of the global shocks that we are facing now and that we are also yet to face in the foreseeable future. Now, we also recognize that the future is local, and therefore, in the face of increasing limitation in our revenue mobilization, how do we capacitate the local authorities in a way to be able to assess their own environment and put in place some mechanisms to increase local revenue generation. So this presentation will focus on that. We'll touch on briefly on the INFF, and then we'll look at Ghana's approach during the COVID-19 period, the post-COVID-19 assessments, and then we'll look at beyond that period. We'll make some observations and then conclusions. Next slide, please. So we've read a lot about the INFF and even from yesterday's presentation, and we see that this is actually helping us to manage the increasing complex financing landscape and to mobilize additional financing to support implementation of not just the sustainable development goals, but then also on the medium-term development plans that are prepared by the various authorities within the decentralized structures. And this is also helping us to bring the full range of financing sources, both domestic and international, and to essentially try and diversify those sources that are available in revenue mobilization. And we shall see very shortly how this comes up. Now, in 2019, Ghana was one of the selected countries or agreed to pioneer the integrated national financing framework. And our approach has been the bottom up, looking at how we can apply this tool at the local level, called the Integrated Assembly Financing Framework. That will look at the entire domestic revenue ecosystem, the needs, what the needs are, the financing strategy, and how to address governance issues around it at the local level. Now, the outbreak of COVID-19 actually gave us the opportunity to model this INFF into what we call the Integrated Assembly Financing Framework. So in 2020, this led us into conducting some kind of assessment to look at the impact, the extent of the impact of COVID on implementation of our national plans, as well as local plans. Now, the diagnosis assessment was done focusing on 19 MMDAs within the range of metropolitan, municipal, and district assemblies. And we came up with very staggering findings that in most of them, they had actually reallocated their development budget to cover COVID-19 expenditures. And then we also saw a low revenue generation as a result of the lockdowns and social distancing mechanisms that were put in place. So obviously, this is likely to impact on their revenue mobilization effort. But we didn't leave it there. We wanted to dig deep. And so applying the IAFF, what Ghana calls the IAFF mechanism, we selected 6 pilot districts, given different characteristics, MMDAs that are, or local authorities that share a border with a neighboring country, a rural and urban local authority, and then also MMDAs that are in the northern part of Ghana and then the southern. So we went through this methodological process using the INFF approach to help them make some assessment. And so we see that the IAFF actually sought to help them better align their planning and financing within the regulatory framework of revenue improvement strategies, and then also to identify new and innovative financing solutions that will help them to finance particularly health, education, water, infrastructure, and other needs that we all know that these are very much well aligned to the Sustainable Development Goals. But we're able to do all this in partnership with the UNDP Ghana in really delineating the work stream of outcomes, outputs, and the overall objectives that we wanted to achieve. And so we see that we're able to help. Okay, I think the slide is not moving as fast as I'm looking at. So we can move on to slide 8. So we were able to support these local authorities to develop their integrated assembly financing framework. And you can see the document that we have shared on slide 8 in terms of the design, the page covers of those documents, and they are accessible on our website. You can look at it. But one of the issues that we are also looking at is that the local authorities themselves, every year they're able to prepare what we call the revenue improvement plan. And so this revenue improvement plan covers mainly the areas on revenue sources, particularly on IGF and the decentralized transfers. So the IGF are more like the fees and fines and rates that they impose on the businesses within the local authority, and the central government transfers in the form of the district assembly common fund. The government also pays the employee compensation, the salaries of the civil servants that are employed within the local authorities. And then, of course, this funding that we call the DPAT, it's a funding source that is made available between the government of Ghana and the development partners that are operating within Ghana. And so for us, the value addition of the IAFF actually was to then look beyond these two main funding sources, that is the IGF and the decentralized transfers, to look at what is the value addition that IAFF actually offers. So we're able to look at some of the new areas, for instance, attracting and maintaining private sector investments. This is an area that they haven't conceived, particularly related to developing a portfolio of bankable projects that the assemblies or the local authorities can approach the private sectors within their jurisdiction and make some offers and court their support and partnership in executing such projects. And there are different range of approaches that they could deploy in the area of public-private partnership and other funding mechanisms. We also talked about the joint planning with other assemblies, where they now identify a resource that goes beyond one particular district to look at how they can all come together in a joint planning arrangement to develop such projects. to make it attractive to the private sector. And then we also, within the attracting and maintaining private sector investment, we also talk about how the local authorities can improve the local business environment. Essentially, we see that the local authorities merely see themselves as administrative officers, and their posture is more like, okay, we are there providing some services, but the business orientation is not there. And so this is actually helping us to reorient them and position them, have that business orientation to effectively engage with the private sector.
Sorry, can I interrupt you? I'm very sorry. With permission of the moderator and the presenter, yeah, please, can you please tell me which slide? Because, I cannot see the slide number. It's full screen mode. If you can direct me, because, I'm multitasking also, so I'm not always following you. Is it the correct slide? So you have this, if you have this display board in front of you, you can also see, yeah. I cannot see slide number, so. Okay, please continue, yeah.
Let me just speak. But I've already shared this updated version of the presentation, and Fazana will help us make this available to all of us. Thank you. So as part of the value addition mechanisms, we also talk about the area of mobilizing and sustaining development partner investment. We have a lot of development partners that are within the local authorities undertaking various projects. But this is actually helping them to identify their area of interest and then engage the development partners on such areas to attract some investment. The other areas include enhancing philanthropic financing, which we haven't looked so much into, and then also diaspora coordination financing. And this is a big area that currently we are developing some strategies on to look at how the assemblies can leverage on that. So I'll move on to the next slide that is looking at post-COVID-19 assessment. So now in 2023, in collaboration with the UNDP Ghana, we initiated a process to assess the implementation of the IAFF and then also address some capacity challenges. Because now we have done the document, now we need to look at how far has implementation gone? Are we beginning to see some outcomes? And we are able to see that there's a graph that is saying that in 2019 to 2020, we saw that the growth in IGF actually dipped up to 1.47%. And then from 2020 to 2021, we saw a bounce back to pre-COVID-19 levels of about 13.49%. Okay, so yeah, let's get there. Thank you. So in 2020, 2021, we're able to now bounce back to pre-COVID-19 levels of about 13.49%. But the question is, are we attributing all of this to the IAFF? Indeed, this was a period where, we were actually getting out of the COVID-19 and businesses and activities, economic activities were coming back as it were. And so some efforts were beginning to yield some results. And of course, we saw that the strategies that were proposed in the IAFF have been taken on board and some progress had been made in that area. And so we see that we are actually now out of the dip and climbing up. But we also see that there is a lot of potential, even though we are now at a pre-COVID level, there is a lot of potential within the revenue generation efforts of the MMDAs. And on slide 11, we're able to now estimate the revenue gap in terms of percentages, looking at the 5 local authorities. We see that for Saneregu, which recorded the highest revenue gap, and this was actually followed by Jomoro with 55.2%, and then K2 South with about 39%. For Katsina Nankana and then Kumasi Metro, we saw that their gaps, they are much more closer to their revenue potential. And so here we're able to, the next slide, we're able to visualize the differences between the revenue potential and the actual revenue that are being mobilized. So the blue signifies the potentials that they have. Yes, we've bounced back, but there's a potential for us to expand. And so we see that apart from KMA, which is getting closer to its potential, all the rest were actually lagging behind their potential. And so we see the opportunity for us to increase our efforts in that area. And so we see that some of the key challenges that we identified through that assessment, logistical constraints, these local authorities actually traverse the entire country. Sometimes logistical constraints, raincoats, even name tags that help them to be identified are some of the challenges that were identified. Lack of regular training for the revenue collectors. Some of them are not able to manage the revenue bookkeeping. I mean, in terms of bookkeeping, the revenue that is collected, logging those revenue streams and making sure that they're able to meet their performance targets. These are some of the issues that we identified. And then the last one that I want to highlight on this challenge is the issue of delay in issuance of the bill. Because for the businesses, they have to issue a bill before it is honored. We see that the assemblies were not able to issue those bills on time. And so, yes, the business is there operating, but if you haven't issued the bill, then it cannot be honored. And a special study that was done by the International Growth Center at the University of Ghana, looking at the property rates collection, when they were able to improve on issuance
Yes,
of...
Chris. So if you interrupt, if you may just begin to round up because we have 3 more presentations before the break. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Now, when assemblies were able to reduce their revenue, the issuance of the bill by 50%, they were able to increase their revenue from property rates by about 80%. And so we see that there is the urgent need to address this particular issue. And so coming up from that assessment, some training models was developed looking at the legal framework for local government revenue collection, how they can improve on their revenue projection within the Revenue Improvement Action Plan, the roles and responsibilities of the different actors within that decentralized structure, and then also some sustainable financing mechanisms that they can bring together, particularly also looking at diaspora funding, and then also other philanthropic funding that looks at green and climate financing and all of that. So getting to the end, we see that, yes, the opportunity is there. We're able to train almost about 84 of these MMDAs, and we scaled up those trainings. And so going forward, we are looking at how we can link investment strategies to domestic revenue mobilization, looking at MMDAs within the northern part of Ghana that have emerged from some conflict. And we are doing this with some funding that we have secured from the UN Peace Building funding. And what we are trying to do within that framework is to develop a toolkit that will help them to develop these strategies. Some of the observations that we made, just a minute, we see that there's a gradual shift from the administrative focused to entrepreneurial focused. We've also seen that there is some deepened collaboration within the framework of the different assignments that we've done. All of these things have been done not with consultants, but putting the right team within that space to brainstorm and come up with the ideas that will help the assemblies move from where they are. But we also see that periodic monitoring is actually key in all of this enterprise, because people do what you inspect, not what you expect. So with all of these tools that we have rolled out, if we lack on the monitoring, then they'll fall back. So this is an area that we are intensifying to make sure that we actually achieve the results that we want. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Christophe. Thank you for putting pressure on you towards the end of the presentation. But sorry about that, but we'll get back to that during the questions. You may also just want to wrap up and bring in some of the things that you didn't just say. So now let's move quickly to Zambia, then Burkina Faso, and then we have an online presentation.
We don't have any online presentation. It has been replaced by Ethiopia.
Okay.
Sorry, my laptop is somehow crashing. Ankun and Anna, can you please go and share for Zambia while I am restarting the laptop? You are giving access, you are granted access for sharing. Apologies. So my boss was saying that technology was kind to us yesterday. So it's already, we are seeing the result.
Thank you.
Just kidding.
Okay, thank you so much. Zambia.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Allow me to extend my sincere gratitude to the ECA for the opportunity to share with you my country's experience of the INFF. Zambia is the home of the Victoria Falls. You are all welcome to come and visit one of the 7 wonders of the world. We are actually housing a UNESCO heritage site. So currently, Southern Africa is undergoing a drought, so you better come quickly before the falls dries up. So you are welcome and invited to come and view one of the 7 wonders of the world, the Victoria Falls. Thank you so much, Mr. Moderator. On a lighter note, as we wait for the slides to pop up.
Is that local time? No. I put your time. That's local time. Yes, it's local time. I'm checking. That's different. Okay, yeah. 45 minutes for 3 presentations. So you need to be strict with time. Yeah. Yeah.
I hope the moderator is not counting the minutes as we wait for the technology. I have to be very fast to make up for the minutes chewed.
Do you have your laptop? You can start.
The laptop. Not like my laptop.
Maybe if Zambia is getting ready for that, then we can start with Ethiopia and come back to Zambia. I think that will.
And I think
Okay.
I'll be able to. Yeah, okay. I know it also take time to pop up.
Colleagues, can you please give also sharing right to Resina? She has it ready.
Yes, she has access. She can share.
Okay. Next slide, please. Thank you very much. I'll start with the outline of the presentation by looking at Zambia's development planning framework in terms of the vision, the National Vision 2030, and the subsisting National Development Plan by looking at the opportunities and issues vis-a-vis INFF. And then I also look at the public financing for NDPs and the initiatives from our experience and the priorities, and then the support from the UN system in Zambia regards INFF. Next slide, please. Zambia is currently implementing its 8th National Development Plan, which is running from 2022 to 2026. The current plan or the subsisting plan is part of the building blocks towards our National Vision 2030, which happens to coincide with the Agenda 2030 Sustainable Development. So for us, this is one of the series of the national development plans or medium-term plans, which are feeding into what we envision as a country. Our Vision 2030 envisages Zambia to become an upper middle income country status attained in 2030. And it is anchored on aspirations, or rather on pillars, which are mapped onto the pillars which form the current plan. If you look at this at the slide, the top part, the orange triangle, is part of the 4 pillars which actually drive our current plan. Our current plan is configured on 4 pillars which speak to economic transformation and job creation, which is the main pillar. It is the pillar in which, in this plan, we have focused on 4 sectors, that is agriculture, manufacturing, mining, and tourism, as the drivers of this plan that will help us to attain the targets that we have set for us in this plan, medium-term plan. And also we have enablers which are also meant to drive the plan through energy, transport and logistics, technology, water and infrastructure. These are enablers which will help us attain our development objectives in the current plan. And we have other supporting strategic pillars which speak to human and social development, environmental sustainability, good governance, environment. So all these pillars, the 4 pillars of the plan, are all premised on the 3 dimensions of sustainable development, which include social, environmental, and economic dimensions. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. Within the financing context of our national development plans, we are all aware that our national, rather our annual budgets operationalize our national development plans. So within the financing context, what we have done as a country is that we have put up legislation which is meant to strengthen the link between the national development plans and the budget. I think that was overemphasized yesterday, to say there is a disconnect between the national development plans and the budget. But in our case, we have tried to come up with legislation to strengthen this linkage, and this is operationalized through our annual budgets and the medium-term budget plans. And also, in terms of financing the national development plan, we rely on traditional sources. We have domestic revenue, grants, and concessional loans. And of course, the non-traditional sources, including private financing, alternative, innovative financing mechanisms, such as the PPPs and other development financing from development partners, and of course, facilities like the INFF. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. This is just a snapshot, just to illustrate to you the extent of the development financing gap. We took an example of this year's national budget. You can clearly see that from a total of 177 billion kwacha for the 2024 budget, 144 billion, which is 81.3%, is coming from revenue and grants. And then we have a financing gap of 33.3, of which we intend to obtain the financing from external borrowing and of course domestic financing, which has also been disaggregated by those figures. So there is need for us to take advantage of this facility to help us finance our national development plan in order to meet our development aspirations as a country. Next slide. So what are the current issues? Zambia is not exempt from any of the challenges or issues that were expressed by other member states in this forum. Zambia is currently facing climate change variability. Actually, over some period of time, we've had climate change variability, and this year, the head of state actually declared a drought. We have a drought which is actually affecting most SADC countries. That has had an adverse effect on the economy because our energy generation, which is mostly hydro power based, is affected. Currently, we're having low energy production or generation. Agriculture output is adversely affected. And because of the low energy supply, even the manufacturing sector is also affected, including the mines. So climate change has had a very, very negative impact on the economy, and that is actually going to impact on our implementation of the Sustainable Development Goals or all the NDP programs or priorities. And also, as you are all aware, we've just come out of a protracted debt restructuring program or debt treatment. I know Zambia was well known for that program. Everyone took keen interest to see on how we would come out of this program under the G20 Common Framework. And we are proud to say that our country has actually made strides, and we're almost concluding the debt restructuring program with the IMF. We're on a very rigorous IMF program, which would have, if we had not undertaken it, would have had a very negative or adverse impact with regard to implementation of our national development aspirations. So those were the issues that we've come out from. We had the debt share of GDP in 2021 rising from 2024 in 2011 to over 100%. So we're even above the sub-Saharan average in 2021, resulting in low investments in sustainable development goals. Then also the exchange rate volatility that has actually subdued economic growth. And you know, our economy relies, we're a mono economy. We rely so much on copper as our major export earner. And we've had rising inflation and unstable exchange rates and low investments in priority economic areas. So those are the issues that we have been grappling with. And that has had a negative impact also on the high poverty levels, the poverty prevalence levels, and high income inequality. So as we are trying to manage these issues at the backdrop of the debt restructuring process, this has not been an easy process for the entire nation, but we're glad to report that we have actually overcome, but we are determined and more resilient, and we've come out more disciplined in terms of fiscal management. Next slide, please. So what are the opportunities that we could take advantage of vis-a-vis the INFF? The fact that we're almost concluding this debt restructuring program with the G20 Common Framework. This has had resulted in relief on resources for priority sectors and SDG implementation. We can now divert resources to the much needed especially human capital priority programs, health, education, and social protection. So because of us coming out of this program successfully, we have breathing space. We didn't have breathing space. The debt was choking us, and it was impacting negatively on service provision to the general citizenry. But this is an opportunity that we could take advantage of. And I just want to appreciate what Nigeria has come up with, because I think you mentioned, you alluded to, is it an IFF fund? I think I would like to take a leaf from the countries that have completed the INF program, so that probably Zambia could learn and come up with something better than the way our counterparts did. So we have taken advantage of this major elephant in the room that we had. We will try to leverage on that and INFF to help us implement our national development plan with much ease. Then the other opportunity is the public finance reforms that we've undertaken in the last few years. This was part of the benchmarks or the parameters given as you undertaking that particular program with the IMF. So we've had to do a lot of public finance reforms with regard to public debt management. We've enacted a law on how much debt should be contracted. That has to be regulated by Parliament. So we've had a law to that effect, which was enacted in 2022 actually. Then we're also reviewing the Public Finance Management Act of 2022. Then we also have the National Planning and Budgeting Act of 2020. This act actually aims to strengthen the link between budget execution and the plan, the National Development Plan. So we have, I think, is it Professor Arma earlier in the earlier session, he made reference to, the issues of who has more power, is it planning or finance? I think in that case for our country, we have graduated because of this act. This act binds us. We have, the budget has to speak to the plan. These two aspects have to speak. And this is an opportunity that we can take advantage of in terms of financing, monitoring, the implementation of our national development plan. And of course, issues to do with the procurement acts in terms of all these are simply meant to enhance transparency, accountability, and consolidating fiscal discipline. Even out, we've also moved from ABB, activity-based budgeting, to output-based budgeting. All these efforts are meant actually to consolidate our fiscal management and help us implement or actualize our development aspirations in our development plans. Then also, there's been increased investment flows in critical sectors such as mining. As you know, mining is a mainstay of our economy. Since the conclusion of the data program, there's been a lot of goodwill and confidence in terms of inflows, DFI inflows and investments in the much needed sectors such as mining and energy. We all know we are lagging in energy. We need energy to drive the economy, and there's been a lot of investments coming in due to the conclusion of this debt restructuring program. Then also, we have what we call the Constituency Development Fund, which is taking development to the lower levels as in local government, subnational structures. We have increased funding, which is, this is a form of fiscal decentralization, giving power to the people so that they're able to plan and make provision for goods and services in their communities. So this is another platform. I think we'll take a leaf from Ghana. We need to do a study tour to Ghana as they were presenting on INFF at the subnational level. This is a very good opportunity for us to learn from Ghana vis-a-vis fiscal decentralization and IFF. Next slide, please. So the journey with INFF, we are in our infancy stage, and the UN system, particularly the ECA and the United Nations Development Program, UNCTAD, have been very instrumental in helping us kickstart INFF. We have, in terms of the status, we have an integrated financing strategy which is being developed in line with the National Planning and Budgeting Act of 2020. This will help consolidate our capacities in terms of planning. And what is good is that the National Planning and Budgeting Act has already got a framework, institutional framework on how development planning is undertaken in the country. So we have development planning advisory bodies within the Act, where we have tabulated how the development process, planning and budgeting is undertaken from the grassroots level up to the national level. So that is still in its infancy stage. This is a platform that INF will ride on. And the Ministry of Finance is taking oversight, and we are the ones driving that, of course, with the help of UNDP. So we use this platform called the National Development Coordinating Conference. This is a framework which allows all stakeholders in the country, civil society, public sector, private sector, to discuss development issues. We plan together, we prioritize together. We look at the issues that need to be prioritized, and we monitor progress reports on the implementation of the national development plan on an annual basis. We do report, and this structure is actually headed by the Minister, Honorable Minister of Finance, and deputized by the Secretary to Cabinet and the Secretary to the Treasury. So this is a very high level of panel or platform where development issues or agenda of the country is actually discussed. So this is the platform where the INFF will ride on, and this is a process. So far, we have undertaken development finance assessments at national and subnational level. As I speak today, I think it's been 6 days ago when we launched these DFAs. This was launched by the Ministry of Finance after we engaged a think tank within our ministry, the Zambia Institute for Policy Analysis and Research, to undertake this particular exercise. And this will help in terms of developing the financing strategy and help consolidate the planning function in terms of the implementation of the 8NDP. So we've got a lot of support from the UN system and the UN agencies within Zambia, particularly UNDP, ECA, and UNCTAD, UNCTAD. Next slide, please.
Okay, as we go to the next slide, I know there is still a lot to say. Maybe just to wrap up so that we can have Burkina, and then we'll open it up very quickly if there are Ethiopia, and then if there are any other comments and questions, then we take them very quickly before we go on break. I know I'm putting you under pressure, but
I'm about to conclude.
Yeah.
I knew you would take my 3 minutes. Mr. Moderator, thank you. That is noted. So basically, in terms of benefiting from the INF facility, we've had a lot of trainings. There's been a lot of background work since we're just in our infancy stage. A lot of sensitization workshops have been undertaken vis-a-vis what the training workshop on DRM and IFF. We engaged in the Chamber of Commerce and other institutions within the private sector, so that they could appreciate SDGs and how they could help fund SDGs in terms of corporate sustainability. private sector has been engaged and, given capacity on their role that they have to play in as far as funding SDGs. Next slide, please. The INF facility will actually help drive our national development agenda, leading to attainment of the SDGs. You may also wish to note that for Zambia's national development plan, it is already, how can I put it? When we are formulating the 8NDP, we aligned the SDG targets to the targets in our national development plan. So already, when we're implementing the national development plan, we're actually implementing the SDGs. We underwent what we call a rapid integrated assessment alignment training, where we aligned the targets of the SDGs, aligned them to the national development targets. So as we're implementing the 8NDP, we're actually implementing the Sustainable Development Goals. And therefore, government has actually resolved to skew the financing of national development programs towards domestically generated resources, hence the need for increased innovative ways for DRM, domestic resource mobilization. And we've targeted that a minimum of 21% has been targeted as 21% of GDP for this particular year. And we hope to enhance tax revenue collections. My colleagues there from Zambia Revenue Authority, I'm sure they spoke to that, the various digitization and tax administration innovations that are trying to come up by increasing the tax base. They're here, they can break it down for us. And basically, government has resolved to improve mobilization of resources, domestic resource mobilization. Next slide, please. I'll be concluding, Mr.
Okay.
Yes, please. And what are some of the initiatives to support DRM? So far, today, as I speak to you, we have a consultant contracted by UNDP. We are actually validating, my colleagues are validating domestic resource mobilization, which UNDP and the Ministry of Finance are actually formulating. It's been validated. This is the support that we were receiving from UNDP. And also I've alluded to the DFA, which was launched last week. And also we're about to undertake a SDG costing exercise with the SDG Center for Africa, which we're housing in Zambia. And it is our hope that through this interaction, we will learn from the Ethiopian government and the other countries like Uganda, Nigeria, who have completed the INFF successfully. That is one of the initiatives or plans that Zambia is intending to undertake, particularly the costing of the SDGs. I know we've costed the National Development Plan, but we need to learn different methodologies and just to learn through peer learning how this process is undertaken in other countries. Next slide, please.
Maybe what I can ask then is for us to, sorry, Madam, for cutting you short, but let's do Ethiopia. Let's do Burkina Faso and Ethiopia, and noting three very important things that we have raised on the multi-stakeholder approach that we have used. Integrating the ND and the SDGs is something that maybe some other colleagues will want to approach you to learn, and then marrying the budgets and the plans. I think these are three outstanding things from your presentation. We will hear Ethiopia now, and I'm not cutting you short, just managing the time, because even I'll also be stealing maybe 15 minutes from our lunch for us to be able to wrap this up. Thank you. So let's hear Burkina. Dr. Laba.
Merci, monsieur le modérateur. Je peux avoir la présentation, s'il vous plaît? Alors, donc, pour gagner en temps en attendant que la présentation arrive, juste dire que le Burkina est dans le processus donc depuis 2019, un processus qui a conduit un peu plus ou moins à franchir un certain nombre d'étapes. Et ces étapes clés-là, nous sommes... Non, c'est pas le bon. Go ahead. Donc, je partage globalement un peu les points de vue développés donc par les collègues autour donc du processus de planification lié avec le budget. Nous avons donc adopté au Burkina Faso en 2017 donc le budget programme qui lie systématiquement effectivement la planification budgétaire au plan national donc de développement économique. Et ce plan national de développement économique qui est, on peut aller directement à la présentation du pays. Voilà, juste là, non, juste là. Retour un peu. Avant. Voilà. Donc ça, c'est juste donc une synthèse de la présentation donc du Burkina Faso. Alors, l'économie est résiliente malgré donc un ensemble de chocs. Hein, et le choc le plus important aujourd'hui qui est une priorité pour notre pays, c'est le choc sécuritaire, où cela a créé effectivement donc un important déficit humanitaire. Comme cela a été dit, Covid-19 est passé par là en 2020 et cela a impacté fortement donc les économies du monde et bien sûr le Burkina Faso. La croissance s'est repliée autour donc de 1,9%. Mais de façon globale, depuis près d'une dizaine d'années, nous avons un taux de croissance qui est aussi autour donc de 5%. Mais les défis demeurent au regard donc de la jeunesse de la population et en lien bien sûr donc avec ces défis, il faut effectivement des instruments de planification efficaces et ces instruments-là sont fondamentalement liés au cadre national de financement intégré que nous voulons opérationnaliser en liant bien sûr l'agenda 2063 de l'Union africaine, l'agenda 2030 donc des Nations Unies. Prochaine diapo. Alors, on peut y aller, prochaine diapo. Voilà, donc l'analyse donc en matière donc de financement révèle un gros gap important pour le financement donc des ODD et ce gap-là doit être forcément comblé par plusieurs instruments de financement. Et nous avons mis en privilège donc le financement à travers les ressources domestiques. Nécessairement, nous tentons de mobiliser donc des ressources extérieures et qui de plus en plus donc sont assez difficiles à accéder au regard bien sûr donc de la conjoncture internationale. Et le cadre intégré de financement est une opportunité pour permettre effectivement de mettre à la fois les fonds publics et fonds privés ensemble de manière à garantir un meilleur financement donc de nos économies. Prochaine diapo s'il vous plaît. Alors, donc, dans ce sens-là, on a pu identifier un certain nombre donc, de défis et de difficultés qui entravent le financement de l'économie, mais qui entravent fondamentalement l'atteinte donc, des résultats. Et cumulativement à cela, des secteurs ont été identifiés comme donc, prioritaires. Et comme je le disais antérieurement, la question sécuritaire arrive en première position. Nous avons également la question de la protection sociale avec donc le défi humanitaire que nous avons. Et bien sûr, donc le genre et le changement climatique viennent par la suite. Au demeurant, la question du capital humain demeure donc une question donc transversale. Donc, l'existence d'une feuille de route pour lever les obstacles ait pu être définie. Et sur la base donc de la définition de cette feuille de route-là, nous avons travaillé à regarder l'espace budgétaire qu'il fallait donc donner au pays de manière à pouvoir prendre en charge les aspects prioritaires. Alors, mais comme on l'a dit, le processus que nous engageons aujourd'hui et qui se fait avec donc l'ensemble des partenaires techniques et financiers, c'est un processus donc qui a une approche collaborative, une planification assez rigoureuse et bien sûr donc un renforcement continu donc des capacités des acteurs, ce qui nous permet donc d'avoir des résultats probants. Prochaine diapo s'il vous plaît. Alors, donc, pour ce qui est donc du résultat majeur depuis le processus donc de mise en œuvre du cadre national de financement intégré, nous avons pu réaliser donc notre DFA, qui est le diagnostic et l'évaluation du financement. Ce diagnostic-là a permis donc de faire une cartographie des tendances du secteur du paysage financier, de voir également l'alignement du système donc de financement avec le cadre national de planification, et de pouvoir évaluer les systèmes d'évaluation et de suivi de financement. Et tous ces éléments-là nous ont permis par la suite donc d'identifier les sources potentielles de mobilisation en se basant donc sur une stratégie de financement public et privé, mais également en explorant donc celles à venir. Prochaine diapo. Alors, donc, il y a bien évidemment que lorsque les financements sont mobilisés et que cela doit être mis au profit donc de la réalisation des objectifs pour le développement, il faudrait avoir un système de suivi et de gouvernance qui soit efficace afin donc de pouvoir mieux mettre en lien les ressources mobilisées et les objectifs attendus. L'expérience donc présentée par la Zambie vient également conforter que nous sommes effectivement sur la bonne dynamique. Le Nigeria en a fait également une illustration. Il en est de même également pour le Ghana. Et donc, ce DFA-là a permis une meilleure estimation donc des coûts de réalisation des objectifs de développement durable au niveau du Burkina et que nous avons tenté de comparer avec donc celle qu'on aurait besoin si on devait atteindre les ODD en 2030. Et le prochain diapo, s'il vous plaît, précise essentiellement que on peut aller encore plus loin. Voilà. Donc, l'élément clé est derrière, bien sûr, donc les initiatives là, c'est que nous avons mis en place donc un ensemble de réformes, d'outils, de mécanismes qui vont garantir de pouvoir mobiliser les ressources intérieures. Et ces ressources intérieures-là devraient permettre de réaliser significativement les objectifs attendus. Mais en même temps, il y a aussi des actions qui devraient limiter donc la perte de ressources. Et parmi ces actions-là, c'est la lutte donc bien sûr contre les flux financiers illicites, c'est la lutte donc contre le blanchiment des capitaux et le financement du terrorisme, c'est travailler également à mettre en place donc un plan d'action de mobilisation des ressources, surtout au niveau des collectivités territoriales. Alors, nous sommes dans un processus de décentralisation, mais jusqu'à présent, les collectivités n'arrivent pas à mobiliser beaucoup de ressources. Il y a aussi on fait des réformes dans le cadre donc de l'environnement des affaires de manière à promouvoir donc l'investissement privé national et international. Prochaine diapo. Nous avons voulu travailler beaucoup plus donc sur comment capter également aussi le rôle de la diaspora en matière donc de financement du développement, et nous sommes donc dans ce processus et nous pensons peut-être tirer profit de l'expérience des autres pays qui ont pu réussir cela, mais cela est défini donc comme une action qui devrait davantage permettre un meilleur financement des ODD. Il y a à développer également donc le capital risque et d'autres financements innovants. On a vu l'exemple donc du Seychelles avec les financements bleus. Bon, nous avons suffisamment de carbone, de moins de soleil, et nous pensons donc pouvoir donc faire l'échange entre l'énergie effectivement donc à carbone que le solaire propose pour pouvoir donc échanger cela pour éventuellement avoir donc des financements. On peut aller au prochain diapo. Alors, en termes donc d'accompagnement et autres des Nations Unies et autres partenaires, nous avons eu l'appui donc spécifiquement donc du PNUD au niveau du Burkina qui accompagne le processus. Nous avons également la CEA qui a accompagné fondamentalement le pays dans la mise en œuvre de beaucoup d'instruments. Et tout cela est matérialisé à travers donc les résultats que nous présentons aujourd'hui. Mais il y a également le processus de renforcement des capacités donc des membres du comité de pilotage. Et comme cela est le cas aussi en Zambie, le comité de pilotage du cadre national au Burkina est présidé donc par le ministre de l'économie, des finances et de la prospective, qui permet donc de donner les meilleures orientations afin donc que les acteurs puissent donc travailler dans ce processus. Diapo suivant. Pour nous, en termes donc de perspective, on peut regarder plusieurs éléments fondamentaux. L'élément clé, c'est que nous pensons que cette rencontre est une opportunité donc de tirer profit de l'expérience des autres pays pour accélérer comment mettre en œuvre donc notre processus. Mais en même temps, nous pensons travailler vers l'opérationnalisation donc de la stratégie nationale de financement intégré, laquelle stratégie devrait garantir un meilleur maillage donc du financement en lien avec les objectifs donc de développement. Nous pensons également que nous devrions trouver le meilleur mécanisme pour que la coopération sud-sud en matière donc de cadres nationaux de financement intégré puisse prospérer. Et cela, comme l'a dit donc le haut commissaire au plan donc des Comores, qui parlait donc du principe de l'intégration, et nous pensons donc tirer profit en regardant à côté quels sont les pays qui ont des avancées significatives donc dans ce domaine. Prochaine diapo. Ok, merci bien, je m'arrête là.
Thank you, Burkina, for that concise and precise presentation, which touched on quite some important issues, especially around your studies to, for a financing framework and putting in place a strategic roadmap, as well as relying actually on domestic resource mobilization to be able to then finance your plans, which I think it's one of the things that is highly recommended also to deal with the tightening fiscal space and the tightening market conditions, which actually has posed a challenge for African countries accessing resources to finance development. So we'll now take very quickly the presentation from Ethiopia, and then a quick round of questions before we then do our launch. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Chair. My name is Mulai. I'm head of tax policy department in the Ministry of Finance of Ethiopia. So I will be very brief because I'm not going to present the whole INFF. I will be focusing on the revenue part only. Correct. So I will be very brief. I think it has been presented by many presenters. We have a 10-year, as an opportunity, we have a 10-year plan, development plan. And in that development plan, we have a lot of components, as you can see, the quality of economic development, productivity, and so on. But one of the most important area in this is sustainable development finance mobilization. However, when we what's this one? Yes. Okay. So the existing opportunities in mobilizing resources is that there is a political commitment in reforming the tax system, both from tax policy and tax administration. And we have also, as I have mentioned, the 10-year plan. And in that plan, the revenue potential is already indicated. And also there is a huge development partner support in our effort to improve our domestic resource mobilization. More important is, as you can see in the last, is we have prepared national medium-term revenue mobilization strategy, which we think will help us to increase our tax to GDP ratio by 3% in the next 4 years. However, we have done a lot of efforts so far in the last 4 years, and we have tried to improve our tax to GDP ratio. But still the tax to GDP ratio is deteriorating. It used to be like about 12% of GDP. Now it has reached about 7% of GDP. So that means we think that there is a serious problem in the tax to GDP ratio. And as we clearly know that in the SDGs, it's already mentioned that countries should at least mobilize 15% of their GDP, tax revenue, I mean, so that they can finance and attain the SDGs. So we have the plan, 10-year plan, as I have mentioned, but the revenue performance is below the expected 15%. It's almost half. So we're thinking now we have to do something to improve that. Unless and otherwise we can't achieve the SDGs and the plan, which is, the national plan. So I think it has been also mentioned about the INFF. It's critically important, and even we need to take this also as an opportunity to mobilize our domestic resources, even though it's more broader than resource. So, but the one component that is mentioned in the INFF is mobilizing resource and how it should be mobilized, because it should be the public, private, and public-private cooperation also. So without with this, we can achieve the national and the SDG goals. So we can also see here it's from the financing reform that was shaped by INFF, and it's very interesting that much of the resources are continue to come from the public sector, and that's where I'm presenting, which is the tax reform part. So as you can see, and as I have tried to mention, the domestic revenue mobilization from tax revenues in Ethiopia is a bit concerning. It has been declining. However, we have been doing a lot of efforts to turn this downfall of tax to GDP ratio. And even in the last 3 years, we have done a lot of reforms, and those reforms collectively can bring 1% of GDP. However, the tax to GDP still is falling. So you can see in the graph, all type of taxes are falling. I think maybe we may learn some success from other countries, which could be different from ours. So these are the changes that we have done so far. So you can see here the type of reforms that we have done. You can see the excise tax reform. 2 times we have done that. The trade reforms. We have also introduced the social welfare tax and so on. And these all reforms can add up to 1% of GDP. But that seems is not enough to improve our tax revenue mobilization. Here you can see the 5-year revenue mobilization plan, because I have mentioned that we have already prepared a 5-year strategic revenue mobilization plan. So in that plan, we are expecting to reform the income tax, VAT reform, which is already in the parliament now, excise tax reform, trade tax reform, and other taxes, especially the tax expenditure. I think I hope it has been discussed here. Tax expenditure is critically important. Incentives has to be targeted, monitored, and controlled. And actually, we are asking also UNECA to help us in this regard. The tax expenditure has to be, communicated to the public, and incentives has to be targeted and make sure that we are receiving the expected returns from incentives. So that's critically important. I want to mention here for you, maybe it could be a lesson for some countries. We used to give incentives through more than 35 institutions. More than 35 institutions used to give incentives, and none of them were responsible to monitor and report such incentives. So given that it was wrong, then we centralized it under the Ministry of Finance. So there are institutions who receive the incentive requests, and they ratify it, they make sure it's correct. Then it comes to the Ministry of Finance, then the Ministry of Finance gets approved it. Then the Ministry of Finance also by law has to present the tax expenditure to the Parliament. So we have made a progress in this area, and we have also removed some of redundant incentives that we have proved that they were not important. And because of the centralization, even about 20 billion has been saved within 1 year. So it's showing improvement, but still we need to work more on this tax expenditure. It's very important for all of us. So to conclude, is the tax revenue mobilization strategy. It's 5-year strategy. The plan is, as you can see, the black one is for the performance. It was 12% in 2014-15. After years of falling, it's now about 7.5%. So by 2027, 2028 is to raise the tax to GDP ratio to 12%. Still, it's not equal to the minimum required 15% of the SDG financing, but at least we will be improving to that level. So what we need in this is commitment of the government, hopefully, and for sure will continue, and we will implement this strategy. And strict discipline is critically important, and all development partners, such as the UNECA, is going to be critical. So I want to conclude here. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for that. And I think from all the presentation and what has been said, that political commitment, after all the technical issues, remains central to moving this debate to the next frontier. And I think it's very important that we pay attention to that. We are already into lunchtime. I don't know, can we take 10 minutes for questions? I think I'll just go by the feel of the room. If we can take questions and answers, very brief questions and brief comments. Yes. 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4. 4. Okay, let's start from that end. Very brief, straight to the point.
Okay, thank you very much. My question is on the last presenter, and it's really very interesting to see the revenue map of Ethiopia. My question is, I mean, you put that the
please, can you just tell us the question straight, please?
Yes,
we have just 10 minutes.
Yeah. The tax revenue is getting 0% with increasing because of the increase in the incentive to attract more FDI, and how it's could be linked with that of the African Free Trade Area incentive.
Okay. Okay, very important. Yeah.
Thank you so much, and thanks so much for the wonderful presentations that have been made. I have a few questions to the presenters. The first one is, I would like to appreciate on the governance structure for Nigeria, and then the same to Ghana with regards to the linkage between the national level to subnational level. How do they link the governance structure from national level to the subnational level? And beyond that, I would like to appreciate the brief explanation on the monitoring mechanism of the INFF from the subnational level to national level, as well as the monitoring mechanism applied in Nigeria. And specific to Nigeria, they mentioned about the user funds. We would like to appreciate how they administer the user funds. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Oui, merci. Très rapidement. Je veux savoir parmi les expériences, quels sont les écueils qu'on peut avoir quand on met en place le comité de pilotage? Parce que la réussite dépend aussi de la manière de piloter. Or, on peut mettre en place un comité de pilotage avec le ministre des Finances, un ministre du Plan ou la primature. Alors, au regard des expériences, quels sont les écueils à éviter? Merci.
OK.
Merci beaucoup. Moi, c'est par rapport à l'expérience du Ghana. Nous savons que toutes les communes n'ont pas les mêmes potentialités. Qu'est-ce qui est prévu pour celles qui n'ont pas vraiment d'activité économique afin de ne laisser personne de côté? Et ensuite, pour l'Égypte, j'ai apprécié leur méthodologie, mais quel est le rôle joué par le secteur privé, quelles sont les mesures mises en place pour favoriser l'activité économique de ce secteur privé? Merci.
Okay, thank you. Very quickly for the one linking AFCTA.
Okay, thank you. I think the reason for the downfall of, the tax revenue mobilization is not only the incentive. And we have done a study and we found that it's not the incentives that are responsible for the declining in the tax revenue mobilization. Mostly it's tax revenue, tax administration, because our tax administration is not well modernized. The other thing is a small contribution is policy issues, like expanding the base, like introducing new tax types, for instance, property tax, we don't have it now. So that's what can I say on the first one. On the second one was the relation between the AFCFTA. It has nothing to do with the AFCFTA because this is an incentive which is given for everyone. So it will continue. There is no relation with that when it comes to incentive. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, we go for Ghana and Nigeria.
Okay, thank you very much for the questions. In terms of Ghana's structure for governance, I'll refer to acts, Local Governance Act 936, and then the National Development Planning System Act 480. Now, these two acts actually, give an indication of the levels of planning. So we have the central government, and then we have the ministries, department, and agencies, and then we have the metropolitan, municipal, and district assemblies. And this is like the three-tier system that we have. Now, the monitoring mechanism also goes through these processes. So you have the local authorities, that is the MMDAs, prepare their medium-term plans, and every year they prepare what they call the annual progress report. This is done on quarterly, and then at the end of the year, they aggregate it on an annual level. And this report comes to the commission, the National Development Planning Commission, through the same decentralized planning system all the way to the top. And you also have the ministries, departments, and agencies also preparing their medium-term development plans that gets approved by the commission. And then they also, every year, prepare their annual progress report that is also sent to the commission. So we put this together into what we call the National Annual Progress Report that goes to Parliament for Parliament to exercise its oversight functions over the executive. But in these annual progress report, we have what we call the critical indicators that the MMDAs and the MDAs must report on every year. And then we're able to aggregate that information to see whether they are attaining those targets or not. And so the INFF also has the major indicators that we have in the Integrated Assembly Financing Framework also has key indicators integrated into the district planning processes, which is then monitored all the way to the national level. Thank you.
Okay, Nigeria.
Thank you very much, Patrick. So thanks for your kind words about what we've done so far, and particularly around structure. Nigeria is a federating unit, right? So we run the federal system of government where we have the federal government and of course the subnational. There are a number of things listed in our constitution that are on what we call the concurrent list and the exclusive list. Exclusive lists are things that are only within the purview of the federal government, and concurrent lists are items that are under the jurisdiction of both the federal government and the state or the subnational government up to local government. So you have some stuff like education, health. They are all, all levels of government are expected to spend on all of those things. So in terms of our governance structure at those levels, we have a national development plan, just like the gentleman from Ghana alluded to. And we have a handshake. We have what we call the National Economic Council, headed by the vice president and the 36 state governors and the FCT, which is like a jurisdiction. We coordinate all of our planning efforts, all of our national efforts at that particular organ of administration, the NEC level. So it's we can have bilateral discussion around this, because I can go on and on for another 10, 15 minutes on that. But we can sit over lunch to discuss that in detail. But that's just like a generic view. In terms of the use of fund, as you can tell from the very modest start of $100 million, that's not a lot of money. There's a slide that talks about the 5 different uses of fund. I'm sure Faza and the organizers will share the slides. You can look at it. Again, I can explain in details. Basically, it's just to formulate policies and ensure the full implementation of the plan as designed. And of course, support other initiatives that may not be covered in a given, that become as an emergency or not covered in any given budget period, if you get what I mean. So the fund is flexible, and it's designed to support core INFF initiatives. Our colleague from Congo was asking about steering committee challenges. Of course, there may be some issues, but what you try to avoid is to be flexible in terms of running the steering committee of INFF, because it's a mixture of different players. In Nigeria, for example, we have the state and non-state actors. We have people from the development organs, and then we have organized private sector as members, and of course the government players or state actors, if you like. Again, you have to be flexible in terms of timing, in terms of organizing hybrid meetings, and in terms of allowing all actors come to the table with different models of response. For instance, we have tax credit arrangements for people in the private sector that want to adopt SDGs to advance in their way. So there's a way you can get some tax credit from some of those kind of interventions. Again, those are being managed carefully so that we don't lose revenue too much in terms of our tax revenue drives. So you need to also look at that. And finally, Togo said the role of the private sector. Yes, I think I've mentioned that they are on the table or at the table with us in terms of at the steering committee level. And that is important because there's a lot of money in the private sector. And if you are able to sell them the idea and the vision, their corporate social responsibility fund can also come into the basket of funds that you'll be pulling together to implement the INFF. Thank you.
Thank you. And I guess that's also what Ghana wanted to say.
Yeah. So just quickly, we've seen that the interface between the local authority and the private sector is a major challenge. Through the local economic development processes, we try to establish a platform where the private sector can engage with the local authority to try and address some of the issues that they have, even in the area of fee fixing and some of the rates that they determine. There is very limited consultation that goes on. And so within this stream of work, one of the things that we are doing is to get the assemblies to develop what we call the investment attraction strategies, where we want them to put the private sector at the center of this, and then have a very good interface that sees that, yes, we recognize the role of the private sector in developing the local economy, and we are ready to help address some of the concerns that you have so that we can also benefit on the revenue side. So these are some of the issues that we have to deal with. Thank you.
I don't know if Egypt, you want to say something, then we just close quickly. Thank you.
Very briefly, I believe we have a leading role for private sector. So private sector is now participating on the public investments through public-private partnership and all other means. And also one main pillar of our reform program is to giving a leading role for private sector and also reduce the footprint of the government. And we have also finally the initial public offering for state-owned companies to increase the role of private sector in leading the growth on our countries. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much for the responses. I know we were not very good with time. I take the responsibility. Next time I will come with a machete so that I just cut, right? I was too generous with the time, but hopefully these conversations can carry on, over lunch. And of course, if you have any further concerns, you can address them in form of questions, and Fazana can share that with the panelists to further enlighten you regarding your concerns. Thank you so much. We look forward to the afternoon session.
A big round of applause for all the panelists and the moderators for the excellent presentation and moderation. And we also have some issues with the technical hiccups. So it was not that bad. It's just a couple of minutes late. So colleagues, we will now break for lunch. We will reconvene. We will try to reconvene by 2. And we will go straight to one of the most interactive and interesting part of this workshop, which is a group work. But before that, the lunch is served in caucus room 11. If you go outside, our colleagues will show you the way, but it's go further to the right-hand side stair and go upstairs. So, bon appetit.
Hello. Hi.
Thank you. Learned a lot from you. Well done to you. We want your presentation. Thank you.
Sinta, we really appreciate the presentation.
Well done.
I thought you gave me.
It was here, so I gave you.
Yes, I think if you would like to do an interview with us, a quick question about the challenges of the country, some of those individual ones within the IMF and any impact and potential impact.
As long as the allowed to talk.
I'm sorry?
As long as you won't be
No. It's we have actually sent to you on the email the quick questions. Okay.
Was in your office?
Interesting. What are the major challenges that the government has in terms of SDG financing? What are the prioritized public financed reforms within the IMF title of Zambia? And what are some of the emerging results? Right now, if you don't mind, but we can take Egypt first, and then we can come after. If it should be 5 minutes.
Okay. We'll do it from here.
We will do it in the corridor.
Just have a drink.
Mrs. Sinta, we will be in the corridor. You will see us where the banners are. Until the coffee break is starting. We will start with Ms. Abdul from Egypt, and then thank you.
My goodness me.
Good.
There's other countries that have already finalized this already. So we study and carry a couple of but we initially done some hosting work. Yeah, so we wanted to see how, especially those who are still doing the PFA or I don't know, just how it's the work around that area. Yeah, of course. Yeah, so we look at just the countries.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, colleagues online. I just wanted to make an announcement. I can see that we have more than 55 people. So just to share what we are going to do now, the next component of the program is a group work, and there will be breakout rooms for which we don't have anything to share. They will be working on a specific task, and after 1 hour, they will be making presentations. So I would request you to follow us, but most likely by 3:15, we will be back where the groups will be making their presentation. Thank you. So good afternoon, colleagues, and welcome back. I think we are taking a bit too much time. We were supposed to come back here at 2. So in the interest of time, I just wanted to explain the upcoming task. So we will be having a group work. There will be 3 groups, and for logistics purposes, the Francophonie group will be sitting in this room, and there will be 2 other rooms other than Francophonie group. They will be split in caucus rooms 7 and 8. The room is just near to the place where we had our lunch. So since we did not have 1 participant per country, we will just request you that you split in group 2 and 3, non-Francophonie group, in more or less same number. We will help that. But if there are more than 1 participants from 1 country, please split into groups so that we can benefit from your rich insights, your experiences and suggestions from the group work. I already shared the template with you all in the group email for all sponsored participants. The group work is meant only for the in-person participants. So please use that. Check one of the, check your email. And after you split, the first task will be to select a chair and a rapporteur. The rapporteur will be making the presentation after the group work. We wanted to give 1 hour for group work and then come back and start making presentation for around 10-12 minutes. So the Francophonie group will be sitting in this room, and our colleague Anna is sharing the French translated template in just a couple of minutes. So for the remaining participants, may I please request you to go outside this room. Our colleagues will show you the caucus room, and we will split in 2 groups, group 2 and 3, caucus room 7 and 8. I would also like to take this opportunity to request the partners to please join the group discussion so that we also benefit from the partners' insights. So I am seeing you outside CR4. Thank you.
En Colombian Radio sabemos que papá merece lo mejor. Encuentra el regalo perfecto en Arturo Calle. Polos, camisas, pantalones y calzado que reflejan su estilo único. Dale la comodidad y elegancia que se merecen. Visita sus tiendas o compra en arturocalle.com. Escucha la W y podrás ganar un bono de regalo para sorprender a papá. Carolina, Camila, ¿qué tenemos hoy en Salud y algo más?
Pues Julio, hoy vamos a hablar de la lipoescultura facial, en donde se extrae grasa de los tejidos profundos de la piel y se logra adelgazar la cara. Esta es una de las cirugías estéticas que se han presentado en el Congreso Mundial de Cirugía Plástica en Cartagena y que, como nos contaba la doctora
Good afternoon, colleagues. We should reconvene. I can hear echo. Is anyone's microphone open?
Thank you. Can I have group 2? Anna.
The same.
Test.
Personnel.
Test.
It's all the same.
Is there a technician? Group 2, your representative, if you may join us. Thank you, everyone. Sorry about the feedback. Colleagues can take their seats, so let's just hope the technician will fix this and we can resume.
Good afternoon, all. Can you mute your speaker on your laptop as well as the microphone?
I think it's okay now. No, still, there is one microphone open.
Testing.
Hello.
Testing. It's okay, Abid. Yes. Thank you. So thank you everyone for the deep discussions you've had in your 3 groups. So without further ado, we will go into the group presentations, and I will go in the order of, must I say, eagerness. So we have group 3 who arrived first, followed by group 1, and then group 2 next. So I have the points for group 3 on the screen, and I hand over to the team on my left.
Thank you, colleagues. We had a very rich discussion in group 3. In our group, we had representatives from the governments of Malawi, Zambia, Rwanda, and partners from IBP, Tax Justice Network Africa, and Makura and Bureau Friendly Consulting. So I will first refer to the actions or the conversations that we had around tax. And we identify 3 potential actions. The first one has to do with tax incentives for green transition in Africa. And in this point, we heard from the example of Rwanda, where they are already looking at reducing tax for electric vehicles, produce tax incentives, and also provide tax incentives on imported goods for specifically materials used in green investment. The second action is digitalization. Here, Malawi and Zambia also share some of their examples and their ongoing efforts to boost digitalization on the tax authority. So for instance, Malawi is already implementing the digitalization of tax administration system, and they're trying to get all businesses to do tax declarations online. Zambia is also on the same path to digitalize their tax system using electronic fiscal devices. So this is an ongoing effort and an ongoing space for improvement. And the third action that we identified in the area of actions in tax is engagement with the public. So one of the areas that we discuss is to do all these efforts and reforms on the tax systems, the support from the people and the citizens is needed. And one of the things that our colleague from Zambia shared with us is that they publish something called a citizens budget, in which they simplify the taxes policies that will be implemented during each budget year. So giving the public a clear rationale and intention for the policies related to tax that the government is expected to implement. So as a group, we agreed that publishing a citizens budget, including explanation of tax policies for the budget year and rationale for the development of the country, is a desirable thing and something that we should all push forward. In terms of implementation period, we mainly discussed that these are either ongoing efforts or efforts that are looking forward to be implemented in the near future. But we also agree that it takes time and it takes a lot of resources. In terms of partners, we identified governments, development partners such as IBP, Tax Justice Network, and others that have been present in this event. And most importantly as well, to reach out to constituencies and citizens to discuss tax policy. And with that, I would like to pass it on to my colleague to discuss actions in public expenditure.
Thank you, Andrea. On the second actions about public expenditure, as he said, we have 3 member states, Malawi, Rwanda, and Zambia. And we identify or divide this main action into 3 sub-actions. So we are in the action 1, prioritization for effective spending, and we saw the Malawi case about fiscal consolidation to efficient allocation of resources. As you know, resources are limited everywhere in Africa, so at least we should consolidate our limited resources. And from Rwanda case, we look trying to allocate resources to the sectors that are more vulnerable to climate change and catastrophes and calamities, and we should prioritize alignment of spending with sustainable development goals. That is by default when we start national development plan. By default, we are in the SDGs automatically. So we look these member states experience on the public expenditure issue, and the second action is aligning spending with the national development plan and this sustainable development goals with Addis Ababa action plan, with agenda 2030 of the African Union and agenda 2063 of the United Nations. And when you come to the third action in public expenditure, we discuss on shifting from activity-based budgeting to program-based, and in this arena, Zambia has a good experience on their national and sub-national level, and they are linking planning to financial budgeting, and they are good in monitoring, evaluation, and transparency. And they have good experience on this cross-sectoral peer review on the expenditure, and the monitoring between the executive, the legislative, and the judiciary on check and balance on the expenditure of Zambia. And on the second action, the group discussed on this. Thank you.
Right, so I present the last action point, which is on debt. We agreed that the first action under that is for countries to consider debt restructuring, both internal and external. We give example of Ghana that's undergone both internal and external restructuring, and then Zambia that is undergoing external restructuring. The second thing we spoke of had to do with debt governance, and the team agreed that we need to, as countries, have a framework for debt governance that will give us, sort of a medium to long-term view of what our borrowing is going to be, bring up issues of accountability, checks and balances, transparency, also to ensure that we have sort of budget credibility around the amounts that we say we will borrow. I think we have just about a few minutes. So if I may, I could just touch on the expectation for FFD4. On the issue of domestic resource mobilization, We were expecting more cooperation between countries in Africa, but also with the rest of the world in areas of exchange of information, best practices, sharing best practices. On international tax cooperation, we expect tax governance to be at the global level. We expect a UN tax convention to take the center stage, and then an action point to implement the UN tax convention. On illicit financial flows, we note that that is an integral subject under the UN tax convention conversations. And so we expect some action points to flow from that. But also we expect countries to be able to continue to cooperate, work together, exchange and share information to, as it were, curb illicit financial flows. SDG-related public expenditure and investment, we are looking forward to a global action that seeks to target more of public investment to SDGs, as well as public expenditure towards SDGs. On sustainable debt management, again, we expect more global cooperation on debt governance. We expect debt restructuring and the strengthening of frameworks like the common framework that is currently being used to restructure debts of some African countries. This is where we ended. We will leave the rest for questions and follow-ups. Thank you.
Thank you, Group 3, and thank you for those real action points per country and linked to the ongoing work in the 3 countries that you mentioned, and as well as some rich points for the FFD4 discussions. So with that, I move to Group 1, and you have 10 minutes, sir.
Okay. Merci. Contrairement aux autres, je serai le seul à présenter les documents. Alors, concernant les actions en matière de fiscalité, la première action concerne effectivement tout le processus de digitalisation. Et il faut effectivement agir sur tout le process pour faciliter la collecte des données, que ce soit pour les différents acteurs qui interviennent. On a parlé effectivement de l'identification de l'ensemble des contribuables sur la chaîne de traitement. Donc, la première action, c'est vraiment digitaliser tout le processus de collecte jusqu'au paiement, de manière à ce qu'on puisse maîtriser les opérations et surtout l'identification des contribuables. La deuxième action concerne effectivement l'évaluation des dépenses fiscales. Et je pense que c'est un gros travail qui est difficile. Il faut une bonne collaboration pour réduire tout ce qui est exonération, tout ce qui est niche fiscale. Et là, il y a un gros travail à faire pour qu'on apporte la contribution, parce que ça demande vraiment une expertise, et c'était la deuxième action à mener. La troisième action concerne l'élargissement de l'assiette fiscale. Parce que on a beau dire qu'il faut effectivement améliorer les recettes, on se rend compte que l'assiette fiscale est limitée dans beaucoup de pays. Il y a quelques entreprises qui supportent tout le poids fiscal, et donc il faut élargir l'assiette en mieux structurant l'économie informelle, en agissant sur la fiscalité foncière. Là, il n'y a rien dessus. Il y a des fiscalités spécifiques dans certains secteurs comme le secteur minier. Donc, il faut élargir l'assiette fiscale pour pouvoir augmenter le montant, bien sûr, des recettes. Et ça ne peut se faire qu'avec la collaboration des partenaires. Ce sont des grosses opérations qui nécessitent du temps. On a dit de 2 à 5 ans en fonction, parce que ce sont des réformes structurelles qui nécessitent l'implication de tous les acteurs et qui nécessitent la mobilisation des moyens. Et parmi justement les partenaires, on les connaît, mais il y a aussi ceux qui ont déjà travaillé dessus, comme le PNUD, la TAF, la BAD, l'OCE, ainsi de suite. Et donc, là, on pourrait bénéficier vraiment de la contribution de ces partenaires pour mettre en œuvre ces actions. Concernant les dépenses, on retrouve à peu près ce qui a été dit par le groupe précédent. La première chose, c'est améliorer la qualité de la dépense publique. Parce qu'on se rend compte que finalement, on fait beaucoup de dépenses, mais quand on regarde la qualité, l'affectation des ressources, leur impact, ça pose réellement un problème. Donc, nous disons qu'il faut améliorer la qualité de la dépense publique, ce qui suppose aussi de mettre en place tout un mécanisme de priorisation des investissements. Ça tombe bien parce que le passage au budget programme oblige justement les États à mettre en place un système de priorisation. Donc, pour agir sur les dépenses, il faut améliorer la qualité de la dépense, donc de l'efficacité de la dépense publique. La deuxième action, on vient de le dire, c'est l'alignement du budget, bien sûr, adossé aux ODD. Que ce soit sur le plan local, régional, que ce soit sur le plan national, il faut effectivement faire ce travail parce que, on le dit, on dit qu'on a les PND qui sont alignés aux ODD. Mais quand on regarde maintenant la réalisation, l'opérationnalisation, il y a un gap. Or, il faut qu'il y ait justement cet alignement entre le budget, les PND et le ZDD, et tout un mécanisme derrière pour s'assurer de l'allocation des ressources. Et adossé, aligné veut dire aussi mettre en place des mécanismes de suivi permettant de s'assurer que le budget exécuté est conforme, bien sûr, aux orientations qui ont été prises. Troisième action, c'est tout ce qui est lié au budget ouvert. Je crois que la partie concernant la transparence, la redevabilité, le dispositif de suivi, évaluation. Il y a des cas dans des pays qu'on a parlé du budget citoyen. Donc, toutes ces actions-là sont nécessaires pour justement s'assurer de la qualité de la dépense, pour s'assurer que les ressources sont bien affectées. Et donc, il nous faut automatiquement favoriser, bien sûr, ce budget vert. Ça sera l'occasion aussi de donner la possibilité aux différents acteurs, y compris la société civile, les parlementaires, de pouvoir avoir un contrôle sur les activités et donc sur les dépenses. En matière de dette, il y a d'abord défini une politique de la dette qui soit efficace. On a remarqué que dans le pays, on est beaucoup endetté parce qu'on s'endette pour tout. Or, il y a des règles financières. On ne peut pas s'endetter à long terme pour payer les salaires. On ne peut pas s'endetter pour tout. Donc, il faut définir une politique de la dette en sachant que ça fait partie des règles financières. Ça fait partie de l'orthodoxie financière. Et donc, il faut que les États intègrent l'orthodoxie financière dans leur manière de gérer les finances, dans leur manière de gérer la dette, de manière à ce que, les investissements productifs sont financés par de la dette à long terme et qu'on ne peut pas utiliser des ressources à long terme pour payer les salaires. Donc, définir une politique efficace sur la dette avec des règles claires. Bien sûr, derrière ça, il y a aussi la gouvernance de la dette, avec les commissions nationales qui gèrent la dette. Deuxième action importante, c'est mettre en place un dispositif de cohérence entre les dettes et les revenus. On ne peut pas avoir d'un côté l'État qui s'endette et de l'autre les actifs qui sont gérés à part. Il faut qu'il y ait cette cohérence-là, de telle sorte que dans le remboursement de la dette, il n'y a pas seulement qu'il y ait à prendre en compte les revenus qui sont générés par le résultat de la dette. La dette étant affectée aux investissements, aux infrastructures. Et là, c'est toute une structuration qui doit se faire avec une manière de gérer le portefeuille public. Au Congo, c'est ce qu'on doit tout faire pour arriver à ça. Enfin, troisième action, il s'agit quand même de valoriser le capital naturel. Tout ce qui est lié aux instruments de dette alignés aux EDD, qu'il s'agisse de la valorisation du capital naturel comme élément, bien sûr, il faut prendre en compte. En faisant attention à ne pas, bien sûr, prendre ce capital-là comme élément pour aller s'endetter. Mais il faut lier les deux. Voilà ce qu'on peut dire sur la dette. Enfin, et je vais terminer, pour les attentes. En termes de mobilisation, on l'a dit, je crois que c'est un mouvement global. Il faut arriver à digitaliser les opérations. Et surtout, bien sûr, il y a une importance sur tout ce qui est lié à la fiscalité verte et à la fiscalité numérique. Il y a de nouveaux domaines qui interviennent. Nos directions des impôts n'ont pas les compétences en la matière pour pouvoir avoir un accent sur la fiscalité pétrolière, la fiscalité minière, la fiscalité numérique, la fiscalité verte. Je crois qu'il y a toute une action à mener là-dessus pour mobiliser mieux les ressources. Sur la coopération fiscale internationale, bien sûr, il s'agit de promouvoir la taxe globale, au moins les ententes. Sur tout ce qui est taxe sur les flux financiers, il faut qu'il y ait une harmonisation pour que finalement on puisse détecter ces ressources-là qui vont permettre de faire face à des dépenses spécifiques. Sur les flux illicites, il s'agit de renforcer la coopération entre les institutions, surtout de mettre en exergue le rôle des institutions financières qui vont permettre, bien sûr, de limiter les flux. D'autant plus qu'il y a pas mal de flux financiers qui passent hors circuit, ce qui pose le problème de l'inclusion financière, ce qui pose le problème, effectivement, de la financiarisation de l'économie. Sur les dépenses publiques et les investissements liés aux EDD, bien sûr, là, il faut faciliter pour tout le monde l'intégration des budgets et des PND. Pour les ODD, je pense qu'il y a un rôle du secteur privé, c'est pas le sujet, mais qui est important, qu'il faut voir, et je pense qu'on ne peut pas faire l'économie de poser la question du rôle des secteurs privés, d'autant plus qu'ils participent à 50-70% dans le financement des PND. Et enfin, la question de la gestion de l'aide au développement, d'accord, pour mesurer les flux, ce ne sont pas les flux illicites, mais la cohérence requiert que l'on puisse mettre en place un dispositif de suivi de ces flux. Enfin, concernant la gestion durable de la dette, il s'agit bien sûr de mieux structurer la dette, de promouvoir les instruments innovants en matière de financement, qu'il s'agisse de la finance climatique, de la finance verte, et je crois que l'une des solutions, c'est de favoriser un certain nombre d'instruments innovants qui permettent de réduire la dette classique et de financer des projets d'infrastructure, par exemple, par des PPP, autres mécanismes. Voilà ce qu'on pouvait dire sur les éléments de ce groupe numéro 1. Merci beaucoup.
Thank you for that very valid points, and I think great minds think alike, and there are many similar suggestions from both the first and second group in terms of concrete policy actions and inputs for FFD4. So with those brief comments, I go over to our last group, Group 2. Over to you. Yep, 10 minutes.
I think I will do less than 10 minutes. Thank you so much. It's always difficult to present when you're the last one. It's like you're repeating what your colleagues have already said. In our group, we had Egypt, Malawi, Zambia, Nigeria, and Ghana. First of all, let me thank my group for empowering me. I was the only lady in the group. They made me the chair, and they also made me the presenter. So thanks to the gentlemen. Okay, I'll start with the reform areas, starting with the tax reforms. Much of what to present has already been said. The issues of developing a framework on tax expenditures. We think if countries can do cost-benefit analysis on issues of tax expenditures and set up thresholds on how much they can allow in terms of tax expenditures, that can also be a reform area in the area of tax. The other issue is on digital transformation, which has already been said by my colleagues, and also expanding the tax base. Here we talk of issues to do with the launching voluntary tax compliance, mainly for the informal sector, public awareness, as well as the social accountability. When the public is very much aware of what the government does with their tax revenues, they are more willing to pay the taxes. So I think we can also work in that area as part of tax reforms. The last one is on the
review and update of relevant tax laws. We noted that in most of the countries, there are some tax laws that are outdated. So if we can also work on reviewing the tax laws to make sure that they are in line with current developments, that would also help with the improving domestic revenue mobilization. In terms of timelines, most of these reforms are short to medium term, ranging from 1 to 5 years. And for the partners, there are several partners that can help with these reforms, specifically for developing a tax framework on tax expenditures. We can work with the tax organizations, ATAF, TJNAA, UNDP, STF, and the other organizations. For digitalization, we can partner with the private sector, technology companies, as well as multilateral banks to provide financial support for the same. In terms of tax compliance, the voluntary tax compliance, here we need to work with civil society organizations that can help with the awareness of the public, as well as social accountability, and as well as tax professional bodies and the media. And for the other reform area, which is to do with the review and updating of relevant tax laws, then here we can also work with the civil society, as well as cooperating partners, multilateral as well as bilateral partners. For the second reform area, which is public expenditure, we looked at the issue of public finance management ecosystem, like digitizing government transactions, including e-procurement. I think this can also help in controlling government expenditures and also enhancing accountability on the part of the government. As part of expenditure controls, we can also do a review of the subsidies and do subsidy reforms, do a cost-benefit analysis, and make sure that the subsidies are provided optimally in order to control government expenditures. The last one is to do with putting in legal requirements to control budget deficits. When there are no legal requirements, I think the government has an appetite to increase expenditures with the hope of borrowing to cover the deficit. So as part of expenditure control measure, we can put a requirement to provide a threshold on how much the government can allow in terms of budget deficits. These ones are short to medium term, as well as, they are short to medium term reforms. And we can work with development partners, the civil society, as well as the media on implementation. The last reform area on debt management, we thought of introducing debt ceiling, where we provide a legally binding target, be it annually or within a medium term, for the government to achieve as part of debt management. Then the other action plan is to diversify the market, the credit market, such as issuing alternative bonds. We noted that Egypt is exploring this reform area. They are able to issue bonds in China, India, Japan. So we can borrow a leaf from Egypt in terms of diversifying the market to also tap into other instruments that are a little bit less costly than the ones in our portfolio. Then the other reform area is to explore debt swaps. such as debt for climate initiatives, the green financing instruments, such as green bonds and green loans, just to complement the efforts that we are doing on debt management. All these are short to medium term, and we can work with different cooperating partners, including UN organizations. In terms of the expectations for the Finance for Development Forum, on domestic resource mobilization, the major expectation is that country authorities would have the interest to develop domestic resource mobilization strategies, making sure that at country level, they enhance domestic resource mobilization. And globally, the forum can provide an opportunity for peer learning among countries, as well as fiscal decentralization role of the local authorities in the DRM. On tax cooperation, the expectation is for the forum to recognize the UN tax body for global tax rule setting. And countries have to commit to reform processes agreed by the UN tax body. Under illicit financial flows, we expect countries to commit to information sharing, and also to support the global minimum tax that would, we think, would also support curbing illicit financial flows. On SDG related public expenditure and investment, our expectation is for the global community to commit to reform the global finance architecture and ensure equity in financing. And also commitments from the developing world to provide green bonds and climate financing to the developed world to provide to the developing countries. On sustainable debt management, here we noted that green financing supports initiatives on debt management, as well as setting of debt thresholds and compliance to the commitments of public debt by countries would be our expectation from the forum. My group members are available for comments and additions. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Group 2. You definitely reinforced the points made by the first two groups, but also added valuable additional inputs on both policy and inputs for FFD4. So colleagues, I will open the floor perhaps for like quick 5 to 10 minutes for any questions for the groups before we go to the closing session. The floor is open. Yes, towards the end.
Thank you very much, all the groups presented. Probably my question is for the last group. My question is, they put the comments on debt stress reduction in African financing for development. Probably my question is, they are focusing on reforming the global financing architecture, and I don't know why if we could really see an alternative financing for debt relief. For instance, just the financing opportunities from the new development banks, that's emerging bank, with BRICS, that's actualized with the joining of Chad and Ethiopia last year, and relieving a certain debt of 1.4 billion. So could that be included as part of the debt restructuring? Is that my question? Thank you.
If there are no other questions, I hand over to group 2. I think the question is towards, and I think at this point, maybe group 2's members can respond, as your chair and presenter did an excellent job. So over to the other group 2 members.
To be honest, I didn't quite get the question, but debt restructuring is what it is, debt restructuring. But if you can repeat the question again with the specific examples, you mentioned some figures which I didn't pick, unfortunately.
Yeah, my question is very clear. I mean, we know most African countries are debt stressed, so we have to look for an alternative solution to debt stress reduction. So one of the solutions Ethiopia and Chad followed was to get some debt relief from members from BRICS joining last year. So could that be a solution for other African countries, is my question.
I believe maybe it's a bit different. Debt structure is something, and we're speaking about getting loans from any international development bank is something different. So I believe the new development bank is a bank have its terms and also ways to give a fund to different member states. So it's part of the reforming of the global financial architecture for sure. But actually debt relief is something else, because if you are having debt with different financial institution or even other partners, so it's another issue to start discussing how to have this debt structure. So I believe it's a different story. Thank you.
Thank you, group 2, and for the question. Sure. Come on.
Yes, Dr. Mohammed, I think your answer is very clear. But in terms of his suggestion, what about the debt relief itself? In terms of that, are you here as a group? Do you want to include it or not? It's very clear that it's different from the restructuring. But what about it as an alternative? Do you want to put it as one of the recommendations, or you don't think it's a good idea?
Yes, I believe anything that could lift the burden of member states is something that is welcome. However, I believe it's very sensitive when I believe as a collective group of African member states, we can start speak about it. But I believe when you start to speak about on national level, it brings a lot of concern. So if we go for the case of Ghana, when they start to restructure, you can see how much the credit rating for Ghana is deteriorated. So I believe if we want to address this issue, we should do it collectively. And on this regard, maybe I want to touch base on one of the initiatives that really Egypt to introduce, which is Sustainable Debt Coalition. We really launched this initiative in COP 2022 in Egypt, Sharm el Sheikh, on Finance Day. So the idea was to have this seed of African member states to come together to formulate the ideas of swapping part of debt for green investment. So if we really want to attain this SDGs, we need to have also support from all international partners. So if Africa is going green and Africa is not contributing to the global warming and all the climate change that we have right now. So I believe as African member states should have a lower cost when it comes to green investment borrowing. And also we need to swap part of the debt to green initiatives. Thank you, and I submit.
Oui, juste un complément à ça. Je sors il y a 3 jours de Saint-Pétersbourg où il y avait le forum économique. Et il y a eu la banque des BRICS qui était là. Et le président, c'est Dilma Rousseff qui était la présidente du Brésil. Et la question qui était posée, tu dis comment la nouvelle banque de développement des BRICS va pouvoir aider les pays africains à restructurer la dette et apporter un financement sur le développement, en particulier sur les infrastructures. Donc, il y a la question de la restructuration de la dette qui est importante. 2, ensuite, il y a la possibilité d'avoir d'autres acteurs, des banques de développement, qui peuvent financer, par exemple, des projets d'infrastructure pour laisser aussi les États s'endetter sur d'autres choses. Donc, je crois que c'est un problème global. La modification de l'architecture financière mondiale se pose si on veut améliorer la situation de la dette des pays africains, avec tous les acteurs qui interviennent, y compris les fonds d'investissement et d'autres formes d'institutions financières. Merci.
Thank you for those inputs, and I think I will not take too much further time, but just to add that all the inputs here from the group work will form part of the report of this meeting, and definitely the inputs for the FFD4, we will make sure that these get into the FFD4 discussions at the global level. Thank you, and over to the Jamal and the closing session.
A big round of applause for the hard work.
Okay, thank you very much, Rezina, for the and colleagues for the excellent final session. We'll come to the conclusion now, and we start with Dr. Muhammad Ibrahim Abdu saying a few words on behalf of you, and then I'll close. Dr. Muhammad, please.
Thank you, Dr. Gamal. Esteemed delegates, distinguished guests, organizer, and partners. As we draw the curtain on regional workshop on Integrated National Financial Framework 2024, Public Finance for Sustainable Development in Africa, it is with a profound sense of gratitude, accomplishments that we reflect on the fruitful exchange, insights shared, and comment made over the past couple of days. Through our deliberation, we have reaffirmed our collective resolve to harness the power of Integrated National Financial Framework as an indispensable tool in our pursuit to sustainable development across Africa. Our discussion have underscored the imperative of aligned financial policies, mobilize diversifying financing resource, and fostering partnership to accelerate progress toward our shared objectives. We extend our heartfelt appreciation to all participants for their valuable contribution, which have enriched our understanding and deepening our collective commitments to actions. The diverse perspective, experience, and innovative solution shared have underscored the importance of collaboration and dialogue in addressing the multi-faceted challenges facing our continent. We also express our sincere gratitude to the organizer, facilitators, interpreters, and technical experts who dedicate and expertise have been instrumental in guiding our discussion and ensuring the success of this workshop. Your tireless effort have led to the foundation for continued collaboration and progress in advancing integration national financing framework for sustainable development in Africa. As we return to our respective countries, let us carry forward the spirit of cooperation and determination that have characterized our deliberation. Let us redouble our effort to translate the insights gained and continue made it concrete actions that deliver tangible benefits for our people and our continent. In closing, let us recommit ourselves to the revision of a prosperous, inclusive, and sustainable future for all Africans. By working together with determination and solidarity, we can overcome the challenges ahead and building a bright tomorrow for the future generation. Thank you, and may our collaborative effort pave the way for more resilient and prosperous Africa. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Mohammed. Thank you. Distinguished participants, colleagues, thank you very much for your active participation, engaging discussion, and sharing of knowledge and experience. It was a rewarding experience to see the level of engagement from you all. And I think as, you know, and on behalf of the organizers, I can say this has been a very successful workshop. Why? Because we see we had three, when we came here, we had three objectives, and I think we delivered on them. We've agreed to strengthen the capacity of government officials and others to deliver effective financing strategies. This was the aim. Promote knowledge sharing and generate a regional dialogue around the emerging issues on INFF. With a special focus on public finance and to develop strategies for future implementation of INFFs, including through the fourth International Conference for Financing for Development. And after these 2 days of engagement, participation, and brainstorming, and with the concrete action plans that you just presented, and we could see there, you know, the convergence. You know, it made me feel actually confident that we will have a very successful regional consultations in October. If this, you know, because you are there, you know, you have a sample of countries who will be represented here for this regional consultation on the financing for development. And I'm sure now we have now a common understanding and a concerted approach towards the effective financing strategy, linking national global commitments for inclusive and sustainable development. The concerted strategy and approach towards public finance issues are particularly relevant now as we prepare, as I said, for the fourth International Financing Conference in 2025. It's critical that we collaborate with all relevant stakeholders from the public and private sectors of the international and national arenas to bring them into one platform and ensure that there is a leadership at the national level to implement the country's priorities for the development plans. I particularly commend the participants of this meeting for their contribution to developing an action plan. That these were very, very useful. I really enjoyed listening to this session. I think, thank you to the Secretariat and organizer for this. To me, that was a highlight of the conference. With that vision in mind and the sincere hope that the peer learning and experience sharing to implement integrated national financing framework continues, I thank you once again for your collective efforts. Many thanks also goes to the Secretariat team members who greatly facilitated our work. I think special thanks go to Farzana, to Rezina, to Ancon, to Ana Maria, to Rahel, Yanenish, and Melkamo, and to UNDP colleagues at the country level for their follow-up on the invitation letters. Thank you very much. Let me also thank the colleagues from the conference management unit and translators, interpreters here who work really, really hard behind the scene to support us. I thank you all. With this, I declare the conclusion of the regional workshop on integrated national financing framework 2024, public finance for sustainable development. I look forward to working closely with you all in the coming year. With you, all the best, safe travel back home. Thanks. And I hope that you'll have some time actually to explore the beautiful city of Addis Ababa. It won't be raining all time. You see, you'll see some sun, and I really hope that you can enjoy the beauty of Addis. Yeah. Thanks.
Thank you so much.